Chapter 8. The Holy Isle. When the door had closed behind him, I turned to Issachar and asked him straight out if he had any plan to suggest. He shook his noble-looking head and answered, none, as it was impossible to resist both the will of the people and the law of the priests. "Then what is the use of your having brought me all this way?" I inquired with indignation. "Cannot you think of some scheme? For instance, would it not be possible for you and this lady to fly with us down the river and escape to a land which is not full of demons?" "It would not be possible," he answered in a melancholy voice. "Day and night we are watched, and should be seized before we had travelled a mile. Moreover, could she leave her father, and could I leave all my relations to be murdered in payment for our sacrilege?" "Have you no thought in your mind at all?" I asked again. "Is there nothing that would save the Lady Sabila?" "Nothing, Lord, except the end of Heu-Heu and his priests. It is to you, great Lord, that we look to find a way to destroy them, as the prophecy declares will be done by the white deliverer from the south." "Oh, dash the prophecy. I never knew prophecies to help anybody yet," I ejaculated in English, as I contemplated that beautiful but helpless pair. Then I added in Arabic, "I am tired and am going to bed. I hope that I shall find more wisdom in my dreams than I do in you, Issachar," I added, staring at the man in whom I seemed to detect some subtle change, some access of fatalistic helplessness, even of despair. Now Sabila, seeing that I was angry, broke in, "O Lord, be not wrath, for we are but flies in the spider's web, and the threads of that web are the priests of Heu-Heu, and the posts to which it is fixed are the beliefs of my people, and Heu-Heu himself is the spider, and in my breast his claws are fixed." Now, listening to her allegory, I thought to myself that a better one might have been drawn from a snake and a bird, for really, like the rest of them, this poor girl seemed to be mesmerized with terror, and to have made up her mind to sit still, waiting to be struck by the poisoned fangs. "Lord," she went on, "we have done all we could. Did not Issachar make a great journey to find you? Yes, did he not even dare the curse which falls upon the heads of those who try to leave our country, and travel south to seek the counsel of the great wizard, who once sent messengers here to obtain the leaves of the tree that grows in Heu-Heu's garden, the tree that makes men drunk and gives them visions?" "Yes," I answered, "he did that, lady. And might I say to you that his health seems none the worse? Those curses of which you speak have not hurt him. It is true they have not hurt his body. Yet," she said in a musing voice, as though a new thought had struck her, "well, if that is true, Sabila, may it not be true also that all this talk about the power of Heu-Heu is nonsense? Tell me, have you ever spoken with or seen Heu-Heu?" "No, Lord, no, though unless you can save me I shall soon see him." "Well, and has anyone else?" "No, Lord, no one has ever spoken with him, except, of course, his priests, such as my distant cousin, Dacha, who is the head of them, but whom I used to know before he was chosen by Heu-Heu to be of their company." "Oh, so no one has seen him. Then he must be a very secret kind of god who does not take exercise, but lives, I understand, in a cave with priests." "I did not say that no one had ever seen Heu-Heu, Lord. Many say that they have seen him, as Issachar has done, when he came out of the cave on a night of offering, but of what they saw it is death to speak. Ask me and Issachar no more of Heu-Heu, Lord, I pray you, lest the curse should fall. It is not lawful that we should tell you of him, whose secrets are sacred even to his priests," she added with agitation. Then, in despair, I gave up asking questions about Heu-Heu, and inquired how many priests he had. "About 20, I believe, Lord," she answered, ceasing from evasions, "not counting their wives and families, and it is said that they do not live with Heu-Heu in the cave, but in houses outside of it." "And what do they do when they are not worshipping Heu-Heu, Sabila?" "Oh, they cultivate the land, and they rule the wild people of the woods, who, it is believed, are all Heu-Heu's children. Also, they come here and spy on us." "Do they indeed?" I remarked. "And is it true that they hope to rule over you Walloos also?" "Yes, I believe that it is true. At least, should my father die and I die, it is said that Dacre means to make war upon the Wallus and take the chieftainship, setting aside or killing my cousin and betrothed Issachar. For Dacre was always one who desired to be first. So you used to know Dacre pretty well, lady? Yes, lord, when I was quite young before he became a priest. Also, she added, colouring, I have seen him since he became a priest. And what did he say to you? He said that if I would take him for a husband, perhaps I should escape from Heu-Heu. And what did you answer, lady? Lord, I answered that I would rather go to Heu-Heu. Why? Because Dacre, it is reported, has many wives already. Also, I hate him. Also, from Heu-Heu, at the last, I can always escape. How? By death, Lord. We have swift poison in this country, and I carry some of it hidden in my hair, she added with emphasis. Quite so. I understand. But Lady Sabila, as you have been so good as to ask my advice about these matters, I will give you some. It is that you should not taste that poison till all else has failed and there is no escape. While we breathe, there is hope, and all that seems lost still may be won. But the dead do not live again, Lady Sabila. I hear and will obey you, Lord, she answered, weeping. Yet sleep is better than Dacre or Heu-Heu. And life is better than all three of them put together, I replied, especially life with love. Then I bowed myself off to bed, followed by Hans, also bowing, like a monkey for pennies on a barrel organ. At the door I looked back and saw these two poor people in each other's arms, thinking, doubtless, that we were already out of sight of them. Yes, her head was upon Issachar's shoulder, and from the convulsive motions of her form I guessed that she was sobbing, while he tried to console her in the ancient, worldwide fashion. I only hoped that she got more comfort from Issachar than I did. To me now he seemed to be but a singularly unresourceful member of a played-out race, though it is true that he had courage, since otherwise he would not have attempted the journey to Zululand. Also, as I have said, quite suddenly he had changed in some subtle fashion. When we were in our own room with the door bolted, it had no windows, light and ventilation being provided by holes in the roof. I gave Hans some tobacco and bade him sit down on the other side of the lamp, where he squatted upon the floor like a toad. Now, Hans, I said, tell me all the truth of this business and what we are to do to help this pretty lady and the old chief, her father. Hans looked at the roof and looked at the wall. Then he spat upon the floor, for which I reproved him. Baas, he said at length, I think the best thing we can do is to find out where those bright stones are, fill our pockets with them, and escape from this country, which is full of fools and devils. I am sure that Beautiful One would be better off with the priest called Dacre, or even with Heu-Heu, than with Issachar, who now has become but a carved and painted lump of wood made to look like a man. Possibly, Hans, but the tastes of women are curious, and she likes this lump of wood, who, after all, is brave, except where ghosts and spirits are concerned. Otherwise, he would not have journeyed so far for her sake. Moreover, we have a bargain to keep. What should we say to the opener of roads if we returned, having run away and without his medicine? No, Hans, we must play out this game. Yes, Baas. I thought that the Baas would say that because of his foolishness. Had I been alone, by now, or a little later, I should have been in that canoe going downstream. However, the Baas has settled that we must save the lady and give her to the lump of wood for a wife. So now I think I will go to sleep, and tomorrow or the next day the Baas can save her. I don't think very much of the beer in this country, Baas. It is too sweet, and all these handsome fools who talk about devils and priests weary me. Also, it is a bad climate and very damp. I think it is going to rain again, Baas. Having nothing else at hand, I threw my tobacco pouch at Hans's head. He caught it deftly and, in an absent-minded fashion, put it into his own pocket. If the Baas really wishes to know what I think, he said, yawning, it is that the medicine man named Dacre wants the pretty lady for himself, also to rule alone over all these dull people. As for Heu-Heu, I don't know anything about him, but perhaps he is one of those hairy men who came here at the beginning of the world. I think that the best thing we can do, Bas, would be to take a boat tomorrow morning and go to that island where we can find out the truth for ourselves. Perhaps the lump of wood and some of his men can row us there. And now I have nothing more to say, so if the Bas does not mind, I will go to sleep. Keep your pistol ready, Bas, in case any of the hairy people wish to call upon us, just to talk about the one I shot. Then he retired to a corner, rolling himself up in a skin rug, and presently was snoring, though, as I knew well enough, with one eye open all the time. No hairy man, or anyone else, would have come near that place without Hans hearing him, for his sleep was like to that of a dog who watches his master. As I prepared to follow his example, I reflected that his remarks, casual as they seemed, were full of wisdom. These folk were superstition-ridden fools and useless. Probably the only ones that had wits among them became priests. But the hairy aboriginals were an ugly fact, as the priests knew, since apparently they had obtained rule over them. For the rest, the only thing to do was to visit the Holy Island and find out the truth for ourselves, as Hans had said. It would be dangerous, no doubt, but at the least it would also be exciting. Next morning I rose after an excellent night's rest and found my way into the garden, where I amused myself by examining the shrubs and flowers, some of which were strange to me. Also I studied the sky, which was heavy and lowering, and seemed full of rain. I could study nothing else, because the high wall cut off the view upon every side, so that little was to be seen except the top of the volcano, which rose from the lake at a distance of several miles, for it was a large sheet of water. Presently the door of the garden opened, and Issachar appeared, looking weary and somewhat bewildered. It occurred to me that he had been sitting up late with Sabila. As they were to be parted so soon, naturally they would see as much as they could of each other. Or, for aught I knew, he might have been praying to his ancestral spirits and trying to make up his mind what to do. No doubt a difficult process under the circumstances. I went to the point at once. Issachar, I said, as soon as possible after breakfast, will you have a canoe ready to take me and Hans to the island in the lake? To the island in the lake, Lord? He exclaimed, amazed. Why, it is holy. I dare say, but I am holy also, so that if I go there it will be holier. Then he advanced all kinds of objections, and even brought out the Waloo and his grey heads to reinforce his arguments. Hans and Sabila also joined the party, the latter, I noted, looking even more beautiful by day than she did in the lamplight. Sabila, indeed, proved my only ally, for presently, when the others had talked themselves hoarse, she said, "The White Lord has been brought hither that we, who are bewildered and foolish, may drink of the cup of his wisdom. If his wisdom bids him visit the Holy Isle, let him do so, my father." As no one seemed to be convinced, I stood silent, not knowing what more to say. Then Hans took up his parable, speaking in his bad coast Arabic. "Bas, Issachar, although he is so big and strong, and all these others are afraid of Heu-Heu and his priests. But we, who are good Christians, are not afraid of any devils because we know how to deal with them. Also we can paddle, therefore let the chief give us quite a small canoe and show us which way to row, and we will go to the island by ourselves." In sporting parlance, this shot hit the bull in the eye, and Issachar, who, as I have said, was a brave man at bottom, fired up and answered, "Am I a coward that I should listen to such words from your servant, Lord Macumazahn? I and some others whom I can find will row you to the island, though on it we will not set our foot, because it is not lawful for us to do so. Only, Lord, if you come back no more, blame me not." "Then that is settled," I replied quietly. "And now, if we may, let us eat, for I am hungry." About 2 hours later we started from the quay, taking with us all our small possessions, down to some spare powder in flasks which we had brought to reload fired cartridge cases, for Hans refused to leave anything behind with no one to watch it. The canoe which was given to us was much smaller than that in which we had come up the river, though, like it, hollowed from a single log, and its crew consisted of Issachar, who steered, and 4 other Waloos, who paddled, stout and determined-looking fellows, all of them. The island was about 5 miles away, but we made a wide circuit to the south, I suppose in the hope of avoiding observation, and therefore it took us the best part of 2 hours to reach its southern shore. As we approached, I examined the place carefully through my glasses and observed that it was much larger than I had thought, several miles in circumference indeed, for in addition to the central volcanic cone, there was a great stretch of low-lying land all round its base, which land seemed not to rise more than a foot or two above the level of the lake. In character, except on these flats by the lake, it was stony and barren, being, in fact, strewn with lumps of lava ejected from the volcano during the last eruption. Issachar informed me, however, that the northern part of the island where the priests lived, which had not been touched by the lava stream, was very fertile. I should add that the crater of the volcano seemed to bear out his statement as to the direction of the flow, since on the south it was blown away to a great depth, whereas the northern segment rose in a high and perfect wall of rock. The day was very misty, a circumstance which favored our approach, and the sky, which, as I have said, was black and pregnant with coming rain, seemed almost to touch the crest of the mountain. These conditions, until we were quite close, prevented us from seeing that a stream of glowing lava, not very broad, was pouring down the mountainside. When they discovered this, the Walloos grew much alarmed, and Issachar told me that such a thing had not been known for 100 years, and that he thought it portended something unusual, as the mountain was supposed to be asleep. "It is awake enough to smoke, anyway," I answered, and continued my examination. Among the stones, and sometimes half buried by them, I saw what appeared to be the remains of those buildings of which I have spoken. These, Issachar said, had once been part of the city of his forefathers, adding that, as he had been told, in some of them the said forefathers were still to be seen turned into stone, which, you will remember, exactly bore out Zicali's story. Anything more desolate and depressing than the aspect of this place seen on that grey day and beneath the brooding sky cannot be imagined. Still, I burned to examine it, for this tale of fossilized people excited me, who have always loved the remains of antiquity and strange sights. Forgetting all about Heu-Heu and his priests for the moment, I told the Walloos to paddle to the shore, and, after a moment of mute protest, they obeyed, running into a little bay. Hans and I stepped easily onto the rocks, and carrying our bags and rifles, started on our search. First, however, we arranged with Issachar that he should await our return, and then row us back round the island, so that we might have a view of the priests' settlement. With a sigh he promised to do so, and at once paddled out to about 100 yards from the shore, where the canoe was anchored by means of a pierced stone tied to a cord. Off went Hans and I toward the nearest group of ruins. As we approached them, Hans said, "Look out, Bas! There's a dog between those rocks." I stared at the spot he indicated, and there, sure enough, saw a large grey dog with a pointed muzzle, which seemed to be fast asleep. We drew nearer, and as it did not stir, Hans threw a stone and hit it on the back. Still it did not stir, so we went up and examined it. "It is a stone dog," I said. "The people who lived here must have made statues, for as yet I did not believe the stories I had heard about petrified creatures, which, after all, must be very legendary. If so, Bas, they put bones into their carvings. Look," and he touched one of the dog's front paws, which was broken off. There, in the middle of it, appeared the bone fossilized. Then I understood. The animal had been fleeing away to the shore when the poisonous gases overcame it at the time of the eruption. After this, I suppose, some rain of petrifying fluid had fallen on it and turned it into stone. It was a marvelous thing, but I could not doubt the evidence of my own eyes. All the tale was true, and I had made a great discovery. We hurried on to the houses, which, of course, now were roofless, and in some instances choked with lava, though the outer walls, being strongly built of rock, still stood. On certain of these walls were the faint remains of frescoes, one of people sitting at a feast, another of a hunting scene, and so forth. We passed on to a second group of buildings, standing at some distance against the flank of the mountain, and more or less protected by an overhanging ledge or shelf of stone. These appeared to have been a palace or a temple, for they were large, with stone columns that had supported the roofs. We went on through the great hall to the rooms behind, and in the furthermost, which was under the ledge of rock and probably had been used as a store chamber, we saw an extraordinary sight. There, huddled together, and in some instances clasping each other, were a number of people, 20 or 30 of them, men, women, and children, all turned to stone. Doubtless the petrifying fluid had flowed into the chamber through cracks in the rock above and done its office on them. They were naked, everyone, which suggested that their clothing had either been burnt off them or had rotted away before the process was complete. The former hypothesis seemed to be borne out by the fact that none of them had any hair left upon their heads. The features were not easy to distinguish, but the general type of the bodies was certainly very similar to that of the Walloos. Speechless with amazement, we emerged from that death chamber and wandered about the place. Here and there we found the bodies of others who had perished in the great catastrophe, and once came across an arm projecting from a mass of lava, which seemed to show that many more were buried underneath. Also, we found a number of fossilized goats in a kraal. What a place to dig in, I thought to myself. Given some spades, picks, and blasting powder, what might one not find in these ruins? All the relics of a past civilization, perhaps, its inscriptions, its jewelry, the statues of its gods, even perhaps its domestic furniture buried beneath the lava and the dust, though probably this had rotted. Here, certainly, was another Pompeii, and perhaps beneath that another Herculaneum. Whilst I mused thus over glories passed away and wondered when they had passed, Hans dug me in the ribs and in his horrible Boer Dutch ejaculated a single word, kek, which, as perhaps you know, means look, at the same time nodding towards the lake. I did look and saw our canoe paddling for all it was worth, going hell for leather, as my old father used to say, towards the Wallu shore. Now why is it doing that? I asked. I expect because something is behind it, Baas, he replied with resignation, then sat down on a rock, pulled out his pipe, filled it, and lit a match. As usual, Hans was right, for presently, from round the curve of the island, there appeared two other canoes, very large canoes, rowing after ours with great energy and determination, and, as I guessed, with malignant intent. I think those priests have seen our boat and mean to catch it, if they can, remarked Hans, spitting reflectively. Though, as Issachar has got a long start, perhaps they won't. And now, Baas, what are we to do? We can't live here with dead men, and stone goat is not good to eat. I considered the situation, and my heart sank into my boots, for the position seemed desperate. A moment before, I had been filled with enthusiasm over this ruined city and its fossilized remains. Now I hated the very thought of them, and wished that they were at the bottom of the lake. Thus do circumstances alter cases and our poor, variable human moods. Then an idea came to me, and I said boldly, "Do? Why, there is only one thing to do. We must go to call on Heu-Heu or his priests." "Yes, Baas, but the Baas remembers the picture in the cave on the berg. If it is a true picture, Heu-Heu knows how to twist off men's heads." "I don't believe there is a Heu-Heu," I said stoutly. "You will have noticed, Hans, that we have heard all sorts of stories about Heu-Heu, but that no one seems to have seen him clearly enough to give us an accurate description of what he is like or what he does, not even Zicali. He showed us a picture of the beast on his fire, but after all it was only what we had seen on the wall of the cave, and I think that he got it out of our own minds. At any rate, it is just as well to die quickly without a head, as slowly with an empty stomach, since I am sure those Walloos will never come back to look for us." "Yes, Baas, I think so too. Issachar used to have courage, but he seems to have changed, as though something had happened to him since he got back into his own country. And now, if the Baas is ready, I think we had better be trekking, unless indeed he would like to look at a few more stone men first. It is beginning to rain, Baas, and we have been much longer here than the Baas thinks, since it is a slow business crawling about these old houses. Therefore, if we are to get to the other side of the island before nightfall, it is time to go." So off we went, keeping to the western side of the volcano, since there it did not seem to project so far into the flatlands. A while later, we turned round and looked at the lake. There in the far distance our canoe appeared a mere speck, with two other specks, those of the pursuers, close upon its heels. As we watched, out of the mists on the Wallu shore came yet other specks, which were doubtless Wallu boats paddling to the rescue, for the priests' canoes gave up the chase and turned homewards. Issachar will have a very nice story to tell to the Lady Sabila, said Hans, but perhaps she will not kiss him after she has heard it. He was quite wise to go. What good could he have done by staying? I answered, as we trudged on, adding, Still, you are right, Hans. Issachar has changed. It was a hard walk over that rough ground, at least at first, for so soon as we got round the shoulder of the volcano, the character of the country altered, and we found ourselves in fertile, cultivated land that appeared to be irrigated. These fields must lie very low, Baas, said Hans, since otherwise how do they get the lake water onto them? I don't know, I replied crossly, for I was thinking of the sky water, which was beginning to descend in a steady drizzle upon ourselves. But all the same, the remark stuck in my mind and was useful afterwards. On we marched, till at length we entered a grove of palm trees that was traversed by a road. Presently we came to the end of the road and found ourselves in a village of well-built stone houses, with one very large house in the middle of it, of which the back was set almost against the foot of the mountain. As there was nothing else to be done, we walked on into the village, at first without being observed, for everybody was under cover because of the rain. Soon, however, dogs began to bark, and a woman, looking out of the doorway of one of the houses, caught sight of us and screamed. A minute later, men with shaven heads and wearing white, priestly-looking robes appeared and ran towards us, flourishing big spears. Hans, I said, keep your rifle ready, but don't shoot unless you are obliged. In this case, words may serve us better than bullets. Yes, Baas, though I don't believe that either will serve us much. Then he sat down on the trunk of a fallen tree that lay by the roadside and waited, and I followed his example, taking the opportunity to light my pipe. Chapter 9. The Feast. When they were within a few paces of us, the men halted, apparently astonished at our appearance, which certainly did not compare favorably with their own, for they were all of the splendid Wallu type. Evidently what astonished them still more was the match with which I was lighting my pipe, and indeed the pipe itself, for although these people grew tobacco, they only took it in the form of snuff. That match went out and I struck another, and at the sight of the sudden appearance of fire they stepped back a pace or two. At length one of them, pointing to the burning match, asked in the same tongue that was used by the Wallus, "What is that, O stranger?" "Magic fire," I answered, adding by an inspiration, "which I am bringing as a present to the great god, Heu-Heu." This information seemed to mollify them, for lowering their spears, they turned to speak to another man who at this moment arrived upon the scene. He was a stout, fine-looking man of considerable presence, with a hooked nose and flashing black eyes. Also, he wore a priestly cap upon his head, and his white robes were broidered. "Very big fellow, this, Baas," Hans whispered to me, and I nodded, observing as I did so that the other priests bowed as they addressed him. Dacha in person, thought I to myself, and sure enough, Dacha it was. He advanced, and looking at the wax match, said, "Where does the magic fire of which you speak live, stranger?" "In this case covered with holy secret writing," I replied, holding before his eyes a box labelled Wax Vestus, made in England, and adding solemnly, "Woe be to him that touches it, or him that bears it without understanding, for it will surely leap forth and consume that foolish man, O Dacha." Now Dacre followed the example of his companions and stepped back a little way, remarking, "How do you know my name? And who sends this present of self-conceiving fire to Heu-Heu?" "Is not the name of Dacha known to the ends of the earth?" I asked, a remark which seemed to please him very much. "Yes, as far as his spells can travel, which is to the sky and back again. As to who sends the magic fire, it is a great one, a wizard of the best, if not quite so good as Dacha, who is named Zikali, who is named the Opener of Roads, who is named the thing that should never have been born." "We have heard of him," said Dacha. His messengers were here in our father's day, and what does Zicali want of us, O stranger? He wants leaves of a certain tree that grows in Heu-Heu's garden that is called the Tree of Visions, that he may mix them with his medicines. Dasha nodded, and so did the other priests. Evidently they knew all about the Tree of Visions, as I, or rather Zicali, had named it. Then why did he not come for them himself? Because he is old and infirm, because he is detained by great affairs, because it was easier for him to send me, who, being a lover of that which is holy, was anxious to do homage to Heu-Heu and to make the acquaintance of the great Dasha. I understand, the priest replied, highly gratified, as his face showed. But how are you named, O messenger of Zicali? I am named Blowing Wind, because I pass where I would, none seeing me come or go, and therefore am the best and swiftest of messengers. And this little one, this small but great-souled one with me. Here I pointed to the smirking Hans, who by now was quite alive to the humours of the situation and to its advantages from our point of view, is named Lord of the Fire and Light in Darkness. This was true enough and worked in very well. Because it is he who is guardian of the magic fire. Also true, for he had half a dozen spare boxes in his pockets that he had stolen at one time or another, of which, if he is offended, he can make enough to burn up all this island and everyone thereon. Yes, more than is hidden in the womb of that mountain. Can he, by Heu-Heu, said Dacha, regarding Hans with great respect. Certainly he can. Mighty though I be, I must be careful not to anger him, lest myself I should be burnt to cinders. At this moment a doubt seemed to strike Dacha, for he asked, Tell me, O blowing wind and O lord of fire, how you came to this island. We observed a canoe manned with some of our rebellious subjects who serve that old usurper the Waloo, which is being hunted that they may be killed for their sacrilege in approaching this holy place. Were you perchance in that canoe? We were, I answered boldly. When we arrived at yonder town, I met a lady, a very beautiful lady, named Sabila, and asked her where dwelt the great Dacha. She said here, more, that she knew you and that you were the most beautiful and noblest of men, as well as the wisest. She said also that with some of her servants, including a stupid fellow called Issachar, of whom she never can be rid wherever she goes, she herself would paddle us to the island on the chance of seeing your face again. I may explain to you fellows that this lie was perfectly safe, as I knew Issachar and his people had escaped. So she brought us here and landed us that we might look at the ruined city before coming on to see you. But then your people roughly hunted her away, so that we were obliged to walk to your town. That is all. Now Dasha became agitated. I pray, Heu-Heu, he said, that those fools may not have caught and killed her with the others. I pray so also, since she is too fair to die, I answered, who would be a lovely wife for any man. But stay, I will tell you what has chanced. Lord of the Fire, make fire. Hans produced a match and lit it on the seat of his trousers, which was the only part of him that was not damp. He held it in his joined hands, and I stared at the flame, muttering. Then he whispered, Be quick, Baas. It is burning my fingers. All is well, I said solemnly. The canoe with Sabila the Beautiful escaped your people, since other canoes, 7, no, 8 of them, I corrected, studying the ashes of the match, also the blister on Hans's finger, came out from the town and drove yours away just as they were overtaking the Lady Sabila. This was a most fortunate stroke, for at that moment a messenger arrived and gave Dacha exactly the same intelligence, which he punctuated with many bows. Wonderful, said the priest. Wonderful. Here we have magicians indeed. And he stared at us with much awe. Then again a doubt struck him. Lord, he said, Heu is the ruler of the savage hairy people who live in the woods and are named Heu-Heuers after him. Now a tale has reached us that one of these people has been mysteriously killed with a noise by some strangers. Had you aught to do with her death, Lord? Yes, I answered. She annoyed the Lord of the Fire with her attentions, so he slew her, as was right and proper. I cut off the finger of another who wished to shake hands with me when I had told him to go away. But how did he slay her, Lord? Now I may explain that there was one inhabitant of this place that greeted us with no cordiality at all, namely a large and particularly ferocious dog that all this while had been growling round us and finally had got hold of Hans's coat, which it held between its teeth, still growling. "Sheet! Hans! Sheet and Dode! Shoot! Hans! Shoot him dead!" I whispered, and Hans, who was always quick to catch an idea, put his hand into his pocket where he kept his pistol, and pressing the muzzle against the brute's head, fired through the cloth, with the result that this dog went wherever bad dogs go. Then there was consternation. Indeed, one of the priests fell down with fear, and the others turned tail, all of them except Dacre, who stood his ground. "A little of the magic fire," I remarked airily, "and there is plenty more where that came from, at the same time, as though by accident, slapping Hans's pocket, which I saw was smouldering. And now, noble Dacre, it is setting in wet, and we are hungry. Be pleased to give us shelter and food." "Certainly, Lord, certainly," he exclaimed, and started off with us, keeping me well between himself and Hans, while the others, who had returned, followed with the dead dog. Presently, recovering from his fear, he asked me whether the Lady Sabila had said anything more about him. "Only one thing," I answered, "that it was a pity that a maiden should be obliged to marry a god when there were such men as you in the world." Here I stopped and watched the effect of my shot out of the corner of my eye. His coarse but handsome face grew cunning, and he smacked his lips. "Yes, Lord, yes," he said hurriedly. "But who knows? Things are not always what they seem, Lord, and I have noted that sometimes the faithful servant tithes the master's offering." "By Jingo! I've got it," thought I to myself. "You, my friend, are Heu-Heu, or at any rate his business part." But aloud, glancing at the redoubtable Hans, I only remarked something to the effect that Dacre's powers of observation were keen, and that, like the Lord of the Fire himself, as he said truly, things were not always what they seemed. We crossed a bare platform of rock, to the right of which, beyond a space of garden, I observed the mouth of a large cave. At the edge of this platform a strange sight was to be seen, for here, just on the borders of the lake, at a distance of about 20 paces from each other, burned two columns of flame which hitherto had been hidden from us by the lie of the ground and trees, between which columns was a pillar or post of stone. "The eternal fires," thought I to myself, and then inquired casually what they were. "They are flames which have always burned in that place from the beginning. We do not know why," Dacre replied indifferently. "No rain puts them out." "Ah," I reflected, "natural gas coming from the volcano, such as I have heard of in Canada." Then we turned to the right along the outer wall of the garden I have mentioned, and came to some fine houses that, to my fancy, had a kind of collegiate appearance, all one-storied and built against the rock of the mountain. As a matter of fact, I was right, for these were the dwellings of the priests of Heu-Heu and their numerous female belongings. These priests, I should say, had their privileges, for whereas the people on the mainland, for the most part, married only one wife, they were polygamous, the ladies being supplied to them through spiritual pressure put upon the unfortunate Walloos, or, if that failed, by the simple and ancient expedient of kidnapping. Once, however, they had arrived upon the island and thus became dedicated to the god. They vanished so far as their kinsfolk were concerned, and never afterwards were they allowed to cross the water or even to attempt any communication with them. In short, those who became alive in Heu-Heu became also dead to the world. Hans and I were led to the largest of this group of houses, that abutting immediately onto the garden wall, the inhabitants of which apparently had already been advised of our coming by messenger, since we found them in a bustle of preparation. Thus I saw handsome, white-robed women flitting about, and heard hurried orders being given. We were taken to a room where a driftwood fire had been lighted on the hearth, because the night was damp and chill, at which we warmed and dried ourselves after we had washed. A while later a priest summoned us to eat, and then retired outside the door, awaiting our convenience. "Hans," I said, "all has gone well so far. We are accepted as the friends of Heu-Heu, not as his enemies. Yes, Baas, thanks to the cleverness of the Baas about the matches and the rest. But what has the Baas in his mind? This, Hans, that all must continue to go well, for remember what is our duty, namely, to save the lady Sabila, if we can, as we have sworn to do. Now, if we are to bring this about, we must keep our eyes open and our wits sharp. Hans, I dare say that they have strange liquors in this place which will be offered to us to make us talk. But while we are here, we must drink nothing but water. Do you understand, Hans? Yes, Baas? I understand. And do you swear, Hans? Hans rubbed his middle reflectively and replied, My stomach is cold, Baas, and I should like a glass of something more warming than water after all this damp and the sight of those stone men. Yet, Baas, I swear, yes, I swear by your reverend father, that I will only drink water or coffee if they make it, which of course they don't. That is all right, Hans. You know that if you break your oath, my reverend father will certainly come even with you, and so shall I in this world or the next. Yes, Baas. But will the Baas please remember that a gin bottle is not the only bait that the devil sets upon his hook? Different men have different tastes, Baas. Now, if some pretty lady were to come and tell the Baas that he was, oh, so beautiful, and that she loved him, oh, ever so much, someone like that Mamina, for instance, of whom old Zikali is always talking as having been a friend of yours, will the Baas swear by his reverend father, Cease from folly and be silent, I said, majestically. Is this the time and place to chatter of pretty women? Nevertheless, in myself, I appreciated the shrewdness of Hans's repartee, and as a matter of fact, an attempt was made to play off that trick on me, though if I am to get to the end of this story, I shall have no time to tell you about it. Our compact sealed, we went through the door and found the priest waiting outside. He led us down a passage into a fine hall, plentifully lit with lamps, for now the night had fallen. Here several tables were spread, but we were taken to one at the head of the hall, where we were welcomed by Dacha, dressed in grand robes, and some other priests, also by women, all of them handsome and beautifully arrayed in their wild fashion, whom I took to be the wives of these worthies. One of them, I noticed, had a singular resemblance to the Lady Sabila, although she appeared to be her elder by some years. We sat down at the table in curious carved chairs, and I found myself between Dacre and this lady, whose name, I discovered, was Dramana. The feast began, and I may say at once that it was a very fine feast, for it appeared that we had arrived upon a day of festival. Indeed, I had not eaten such a meal for years. Of course, it was barbaric in its way. Thus the food was served in great earthenware dishes, all ready cut up. There were no knives or forks, the fingers of the eaters taking their place, and the plates consisted of the tough green leaves of some kind of water lily that grew in the lake, which were removed after each course and replaced by fresh ones. Of its sort, however, it was excellent and included fish of a good flavour, kid cooked with spices, wild fowl, and a kind of pudding made of ground corn and sweetened with honey. Also, there was plenty of the strong native beer, which was handed round in ornamented earthenware cups that were, however, inlaid not with small diamonds and rubies, but with pearls found, I was informed, in the shells of freshwater mussels, and set in the clay when damp. These pearls were irregular in shape, and for the most part not large, but the effect of them thus employed was very pretty. Still, some attained to a considerable size, since Dramana and other women wore necklaces of them bored and strung upon fibres. Without going into further details, I may say that this feast and its equipment convinced me more than ever that these people had once belonged to some unknown but highly civilized race, which was now dying out in this, its last home, and sinking into barbarism before it died. In pursuance of our agreement, Hans, who squatted on a stool behind me, for he would not sit at the table, and I, saying that we were bound by a vow to touch nothing else, drank water only, although I heard him groan each time the beer cups went round. I may add that this happened frequently, and the amount of liquor consumed was considerable, as became evident by the behavior of the drinkers, many of whom grew more or less intoxicated, with the usual unpleasant results that I need not describe. Also, they grew affectionate, for they threw their arms about the women and began to kiss them in a way which I considered improper. I observed, however, that the lady called Dramana drank but little. Also, as she sat between me and an extremely deaf priest who became sleepy in his cups, she was, of course, freed from any such unwelcome attentions. All these circumstances, and especially the fact that Dacha was much occupied with a handsome female on his left, gave Dramana and myself opportunities of conversation which I think were welcome to her. After a few general remarks, presently she said in a low voice, "I hear, Lord, that you have seen Sabila, the daughter of the Wallu, chief of the mainland. Tell me of her, for she is my sister, on whom I have not looked for a long while, for we never visit the mainland, and those who dwell there never visit us, unless they are obliged," she added significantly. "She is beautiful, but lives in great terror, because she, who desires to be married to a man, must be married to a god," I answered. "She does well to be afraid, Lord, for by you sits that god." And with a shiver of disgust and the slightest possible motion of her head, she indicated Dacre, who had become quite drunken and at the moment was engaged in embracing the lady on his left, who also seemed to be somewhat the worse for alcoholic wear, or to put it plainly, half seas over. "Nay," I answered, "the god I mean is called Heu-Heu, not Dacha." "Heu-Heu, Lord, you will learn all about Heu-Heu before the night is over. It is Dacha whom she must marry." "But Dacre is your husband, lady." "Dacha is the husband of many, Lord," and she glanced at several of the most handsome women present, "for the god is liberal to his high priest. Since I was bound between the eternal fires, there have been 8 such marriages, though some of the brides have been handed on to others, or sacrificed for crimes against the god, or attempting to escape, or for other reasons. Lord," she went on, dropping her voice till I could scarcely catch what she said, although my hearing is so keen, "be warned by me. Unless you are indeed a god greater than Heu-Heu, and your companion also, whatever you may see or hear, lift neither voice nor hand. If you do, you will be rent to pieces without helping anyone, and perhaps bring about the death of many, my own among them. Hush! Speak of something else. He is beginning to watch us. Yet, O Lord, help me if you can. Yes, save me and my sister if you can." I glanced round. Dacre, who had ceased embracing the lady, was looking at us suspiciously, as though he had caught some word. Perhaps Hans thought so as well, for he managed to make a great clatter, either by tumbling off his stool or dropping his drinking cup, I know not which, that drew away Dacre's half-drunken attention from us and prevented him from hearing anything. "You seem to find the Lady Dramana pleasant, O Lord Blowing Wind," sneered Dacre. "Well, I am not jealous, and I would give such guests of the best I have, especially when the god is going to be so good to me. Also, the Lady Dramana knows better than to tell secrets and what happens here to those who do. So talk to her as much as you like, little blowing wind, before you blow yourself away." And he leered at me in a manner that made me feel very uncomfortable. "I was asking the Lady Dramana about the sacred tree of which the great wizard, Zicali, desires some of the leaves for his medicine," I said, pretending not to understand. "Oh," he answered, with a change of manner which suggested that his suspicions were in course of being dissipated. "Oh, were you? I thought you were asking of other things. Well, there is no secret about that, and she shall show it to you tomorrow, if you like. Also anything else you wish, for I and my brethren will be otherwise engaged. Meanwhile, here comes the cup of illusions that is brewed from the fruit of the tree, of which you must taste though you be a water drinker, yes, and the yellow dwarf, lord of the fire, also, for in it we pledge the god into whose presence we must enter very soon." I answered hurriedly that I was weary and would not trouble the god by paying my respects to him at present. "All who come here must pass the god, Lord Blowing Wind," he answered, glaring at me, and adding, "Either they must pass the god living, or, if they prefer it, they may pass him dead. Did not Zicali tell you that, O Blowing Wind? Choose, then." Will you wait upon the god living, or will you wait upon him dead? Now I thought it was time to assert myself, and looking this ill-conditioned brute in the eyes, I said slowly, "Who is this that talks to me of death, not knowing perchance that I am a lord of death? Does he seek such a fate as that which befell the hound without your doors? Learn, O priest of Heu-Heu, that it is dangerous to use ill-omened words to me or to the Lord of the Fire, lest we should answer them with lightnings." I suppose that these remarks, or something in my eye, impressed him. At any rate, his manner became humble, almost servile indeed, especially as Hans had risen and stood at my side, holding in his extended hand the box of matches, at which all stared suspiciously. Well, they might have stared had they known that his other hand, innocently buried in his pocket, grasped the butt of an excellent Colt revolver. I should have told you, by the way, that as we could not bring them with us to the feast, we had left our rifles hidden in our beds, loaded and full-cocked, so that they would be sure to go off if any thief began to finger them. "Pardon, Lord? Pardon?" said Daksha. "Could I wish to insult one so powerful? If I said aught to offend, why, this beer is strong." I bowed benignantly, but remembered the old Latin saying to the effect that drink digs out the truth. Then, by way of changing the subject, he pointed to the end of the room. Here appeared two pretty women dressed in exceedingly light attire, and with wreaths upon their heads, who bore between them a large bowl of liquor in which floated red flowers. The whole scene, I should say, much resembled some picture I had seen of an ancient Roman, or perhaps it was Egyptian feast taken from a fresco. They brought the bowl to Dacre, and with a simultaneous movement of their graceful forms lifted it up, whereon all of the company, who were not too drunk, rose, bowed towards the bowl, and twice cried out together, "The cup of illusions! The cup of illusions!" "Drink," said Dasha to me, "drink to the glory of Heu-Heu." Then observing that I hesitated, he added, "Nay, I will drink first to show that it is not poisoned," and muttering, "O spirit of Heu-Heu, descend upon thy priest." Drink he did, a considerable quantity. Then the women brought the bowl, which reminded me of the loving cup at a Lord Mayor's feast, and held it to my lips. I took a pull at it, making motions of my throat as though it were a long one, though in reality I only swallowed a sip. Next it was handed to Hans, to whom I murmured one bored Dutch word over my shoulder. It was beetje, which means little, and as I turned my head to watch him, I think he took the advice. After this, the bowl, in which, I should add, the liquor was of a greenish colour and tasted something like chartreuse, was taken from one to another till all present had drunk of it, the girls who bore it finishing up the little that was left. This I saw, but after it I did not see much else for a while, for small as had been my draught, the stuff went to my head and seemed to cloud my brain. Moreover, all kinds of queer visions, some of them not too desirable, sprang up in my mind, and with them a sense of vastness that was peopled by innumerable forms, beautiful forms, grotesque forms, forms of folk that I had known, now long dead, forms of others whom I had never seen, all of whom had this peculiarity that they seemed to be staring at me with a strange intentness. Also, these forms grouped themselves together and began to enact dramas of one kind or another, dramas of war and love and death that had all the vividness of a nightmare. Presently, however, these illusions passed away, and I remained filled with a great calm and a wonderful sense of well-being, also with my powers of observation rendered most acute. Looking about me, I noted that all who had drunk seemed to be undergoing similar experiences. At first they showed signs of excitement, then they grew very still and sat like statues with their eyes fixed on vacancy, speaking not a word, moving not a muscle. This state lasted quite a long time, till at length those who had drunk first appeared to awake, for they began to talk to each other in low tones. I noted that every sign of drunkenness had vanished. One and all they looked as sober as a whole bench of judges. Moreover, their faces had grown solemn, and their eyes seemed to be filled with some cold and fateful purpose. Chapter 10. The Sacrifice. After a solemn pause, Dacha rose and said in an icy voice, I hear the god calling us. Let us pass into the presence of the god and make offering of the yearly sacrifice. Then a procession was formed. Dacia and Dramana went first. Hans and I followed next, and after us came all who had been at the feast, to a total of about 50 people. Bas, whispered Hans, after I had drunk that stuff, which was so nice and warming that I wished you had let me have more of it, your reverend father came and talked to me. And what did he say to you, Hans? He said, Bas, that we were going into very queer company and had better keep our eyes skinned. Also that it would be wise not to interfere in matters that did not concern us. I reflected to myself that within an hour I had received advice of the same sort from a purely terrestrial source, which was an odd coincidence, unless indeed Hans had overheard or absorbed it subconsciously. To him I only observed, however, that such mandates must be obeyed, and that whatever chanced, he would do well to sit quite still, keeping his pistol ready, but only use it in case of absolute necessity to save ourselves from death. The procession left the hall by a back entrance behind the table at which we had sat, and entered a kind of tunnel that was lit with lamps, though whether this was hollowed in the rock or built of blocks of stone I am not sure. After walking for about 50 paces down this tunnel, suddenly we found ourselves in a great cavern, also dimly lit with lamps, mere spots of light in the surrounding blackness. Here all the priests, including Dacre, left us. At least, peering about, I could not see any of them. The women alone remained in the cave, where they knelt down singly and at a distance from each other like scattered worshippers in a dimly lit cathedral, when no service is in progress. Dramana, to whose charge we seemed to have been consigned, led us to a stone bench, upon which she took her seat with us. I noted that she did not kneel and worship like the others. For a while we remained thus in silence, staring at the blackness in front where no lamps burned. It was an eerie business in such surroundings that I confess began to get upon my nerves. At length I could bear it no longer, and in a whisper asked Dramana whether anything was about to happen, and if so, what? The sacrifice is about to happen, she whispered back. Be silent, for here the ears of the god are everywhere. I obeyed, thinking it safer, and another 10 minutes or so went by in an intolerable stillness. When does the play begin, Bas? Muttered Hans in my ear. Once I had taken him to a theatre in Durban to improve his mind, and he thought that this was another, as indeed it was, if of an unusual sort. I kicked him on the shins to keep him quiet, and just then, at a distance, I heard the sound of chanting. It was a weird and melancholy music that seemed to swing backwards and forwards between two bands of singers, each strophe and antistrophe, if those are the right words, ending in a kind of wail or cry of despair, which turned my blood cold. When this had gone on for a little while, I thought that I saw figures moving through the gloom in front of us. So did Hans, for he whispered, "The hairy people are here, Bas." "Can you see them?" I asked in the same low voice. "I think so, Bas. At any rate, I can smell them." "Then keep your pistol ready," I answered. A moment later I saw a lighted torch floating in the air in front of us, though the bearer of it I could not see. The torch was bent downwards, and I heard the sound of kindling taking fire. A little flame sprang up, revealing a pile of logs arranged for burning, and beyond it the tall form of Dacre, wearing a strange headdress and white, priest-like robes, different from those in which he had been clad at the feast. Between his hands, which he held in front of him, was a white human skull reversed. I mean that its upper part was towards the floor. "Burn, dust of illusion, burn," he cried, "and show us our desires." And out of the skull he emptied a quantity of powder onto the pile of wood. A dense, penetrating smoke arose, which seemed to fill the cave, vast though it was, and blot out everything. It passed away, and was followed by a blaze of brilliant flame that lit up all the place and revealed a terrific spectacle. Behind the fire, at a distance of 10 paces or so, was an awful object, an appalling black figure at least 12 feet in height, a figure of Heu-Heu as we had seen him depicted in the cave of the Berg, only there his likeness was far too flattering. For this was the very image of the devil, as he might have been imagined by a mad monk, and from his eyes shot a red light. As I have said before, the figure was like to that of a huge gorilla, and yet no ape but a man, and yet no man but a fiend. There was the long grey hair growing in tufts about the body. There was the great, red, bushy beard. There were the enormous limbs, and the long arms, and the hands with claws on them where the thumbs should be, and the webbed fingers. The bull neck on the top of which sat the small head that somehow resembled an old woman's with a hooked nose, the huge mouth from which the baboon-like tushes protruded, the round, massive, able-looking brow, the deep-set, glaring eyes, now alight with red fire, the cruel smile, all were there intensified. There, too, was the shape of a dead man into the breast of which the clawed foot was driven, and in the left hand the head that had been twisted from the man's body. Oh, evidently the painter of the picture in the Berg can have been no bushman as once I had supposed, but some priest of Heu-Heu, whom fate or chance had brought thither in past ages, and who had depicted it to be the object of his private worship. When I saw the thing, I gasped aloud and felt as though I should fall to the ground through fear, so hellish was it. But Hans gripped my arm and said, "Bas, be not afraid. It is not alive. It is but a thing of stone and paint with fire set within." I stared again. He was right. Heu was but an idol. Heu did not live except in the hearts of his worshippers. Only out of what satanic mind had this image sprung? I sighed with relief as this knowledge came home to me and began to observe details. There were plenty to be seen. For instance, on either side of the statue stood a line of the hideous hairy folk, men to the right and women to the left, with white cloths tied about their middles. In front of this line, behind their high priest, Dacha, were the other priests, Heu-Heu's clergy, and on a raised table behind them, just at the foot of the base of the statue, which I now saw stood upon a kind of pedestal so as to make it more dominant, lay a dead body, that of one of the hairy women, as the clear light of the flame revealed. "Bas," said Hans again, "I believe that is the gorilla woman I shot in the river. I seem to know her pretty face." "If so, I hope we shall not join her on that table presently," I answered. After this, suddenly I went mad. Everybody went mad. I suppose that the vapor from that accursed powder had got into our brains. Had not Dacre called it the dust of illusion? Certainly of illusions there were plenty, most of them bad, like those of a nightmare. Still, before they possessed me completely, I had the sense to understand what was happening to me and to grip hold of Hans, who I saw was going mad also, and command him to sit quiet. Then came the illusions which really I can't describe to you. You fellows have read of the effects of opium smoking. Well, it was that kind of thing, only worse. I dreamed that Heu-Heu got off his pedestal and came dancing down the hall, also that he bent over me and kissed me on the forehead. In fact, I think it was Dramana who kissed me, for she too had gone mad. Everything that I had done bad in my life reenacted itself in my mind, and all put together seemed to make me a sinner indeed, because you see the good was entirely omitted. The hairy folk began an infernal dance before the statue. The women around us raved and shouted with extraordinary expressions upon their faces. The priests waved their arms and set up yells of adoration, as did those of Baal in the Old Testament. In short, literally, there was the devil to pay. Yet strangely enough, it was all wildly, deliriously exciting, and really I seemed to enjoy it. It shows how wicked we must be at bottom. A sight of hell while you remain on the terra firma of our earth is not uninteresting, even though you be temporarily affected by its atmosphere. Presently the nightmare came to an end, suddenly as it had commenced, and I woke up to find my head on Dramana's shoulder, or hers on mine, I forget which, with Hans engaged in kissing my boot under the impression that it was the chaste brow of some black maiden whom he had known about 30 years before. I kicked him on his snub nose, whereon he rose and apologized, remarking that this was the strongest daca, the hemp which the natives smoke with intoxicating effects, that he had ever tasted. "Yes," I answered, "and now I understand where Zicali's magic comes from. No wonder he wants more of the leaves of that tree and thought it worthwhile to send us so far to get them. Then I ceased talking, for something in the atmosphere of the place absorbed my attention. A sudden chill seemed to have fallen upon it, and its occupants, who, in strange contrast to their recent excesses, now appeared to be possessed by the very spirit of Mrs. Grundy. There they stood, exuding piety at every pore, and gazing with rapt countenances at the hideous image of their god. Only to me, those countenances had grown very cruel. It was as though they awaited the consummation of some dreadful drama with a kind of cold joy, which, of course, may have been an aftermath of their unholy intoxication. It was the scene at the feast repeated, but with a difference. There they had been drunken with liquor and sobered by the potent stuff they had swallowed after it. Now they had been made drunken with fumes and were sobered by I knew not what. Their master Satan, perhaps. The fire still burnt brightly, though it gave off no more of these fumes, being fed, I suppose, with natural fuel, and by the light of it I saw that Dacre was addressing the image with impassioned gestures. What he said I do not know, for my ears were still buzzing, and of it I could hear nothing. But presently he turned and pointed to us, and then began to beckon. "What is it he wants us to do?" I asked of Dramana, who now was seated at my side, a perfect model of propriety. "He says that you must come up and make your offering to the god." "What offering?" I asked, thinking that perhaps it would be of a painful nature. "The offering of the sacred fire that the Lord of Fire," and she pointed to Hans, "bears about with him." I was puzzled for a moment till Hans remarked, "I think she means the matches, Bas." Then I understood, and bade him produce a new box of best wax vestas and hold it out in his hand. Thus armed, we advanced, and, passing round the fire, bowed, as the Bible potentate, whom the prophet cured, bargained he should be allowed to do in the house of Rimmon, to the beastly effigy of Heu-Heu. Then, in obedience to the muttered directions of Dacre, Hans solemnly deposited the box of matches upon the stone table, after which we were allowed to retreat. Anything more ridiculous than this scene it is impossible to imagine. I suppose that its intense absurdity was caused, or at any rate accentuated, by its startling and indeed horrible contrasts. There was the towering and demoniacal idol. There were the rogue priests, their faces alight with a fierce fanaticism. There, looking only half human, were the long lines of savage hairy folk. There was the burning fire reflecting itself to the farthest recesses of the cavern and showing the forms of the scattered worshippers. Finally, there was myself, a bronzed and tattered individual, and the dirty, abject-looking Hans, holding in his hand that absurd box of matches, which finally he deposited in the exact middle of the stone table about 6 inches from the swollen body of the aboriginal whom he had shot in the river. In those vast surroundings this box looked so lonely and so small that the sight of it moved me to internal convulsions. Shaking with hysterical laughter, I returned to my seat as quickly as I could, dragging Hans after me, for I saw that his case was the same, although, fortunately, it is not the custom of Hottentots to burst into open merriment. "What will Heu-Heu do with the matches, Bas?" asked Hans. "Surely there must be plenty of fire where he is, Bas?" "Yes, lots," I replied with energy, "but perhaps of another sort." Then I observed that Dachar was pointing to the right, and that the eyes of all present were fixed in that direction. "The sacrifice comes," murmured Dramana, and as she spoke, a woman appeared, a tall woman covered with a white robe or veil, who was led forward by 2 of the hairy people. She was brought to the front of the table on which lay the body and the matches, and there stood quite still. "Who is this?" I asked. "Last year's bride, with whom the priest has done and passes on into the keeping of the god," answered Dramana with a stony smile. "Do you mean that they are going to kill the poor thing?" I said, horrified. "The god is about to take her into his keeping," she replied enigmatically. At this moment, one of the savage attendants snatched away the veil which draped the victim, revealing a very beautiful woman, clad in a white kirtle, which was cut low upon her breast and reached to her knees. Tall and stately, she stood quite still before us, her black hair streaming down upon her shoulders. Then, as though at some signal, All the women in the audience stood up and screamed, "Wed her to the god! Wed her to the god! And let us drink of the cup that through her unites us to the god!" Two of the hairy folk drew near to the girl, each of whom had something in his hand, though what it was at the moment I could not see, and stood still, as though waiting for a sign. Then followed a pause during which I glanced about me at the faces of the women, made hideous by the unholy passions that raged within them, who stood with outstretched arms pointing at the victim. They looked horrible, and I hated them. All except Dramana, who I noted with relief had not cried aloud and did not stretch out her hands like the rest. What was I about to see? Some dreadful act of voodooism such as Negroes practice in Haiti and on the west coast? Perhaps. If so, I could not bear it. Whatever the risk might be, I could not bear it. Almost automatically, my hand grasped the stock of my revolver. Dasher seemed as though he were about to say something, a word of doom, mayhap. I measured the distance between me and himself with my eyes, calculating where I should aim to put a bullet through his large head and give the god a sacrifice which it did not expect. Indeed, had he spoken such a word, without doubt I should have done it, for as you fellows know, I am handy with a pistol, and probably, as a result, never have lived to tell you this story. At this juncture, however, the victim waved her arms and said in a loud, clear voice, "I claim the ancient right to make my prayer to the god before I am given to the god." "Speak on," said Dacre, "and be swift." She turned and curtsied to the hideous idol, then wheeled about again and addressed it in form, although really she was speaking to the audience. "O fiend Heu-Heu," she said in a voice filled with awful scorn and bitterness, "whom my people worship to their ruin, I, who was stolen from my people, come to thee, because I would have none of yonder high priest, and therefore must pay the price in blood. So be it, but ere I come I have something to tell thee, O Heu-Heu, and something to tell these priests who grow fat in wickedness. Hearken, a spirit is in me, giving me sight. I see this place a sea of water, I see flames bursting through the water, turning thy hideous effigy to dust, and burning up thy evil servants, so that not one of them remains. The prophecy, the prophecy. Let all who hear me bethink them of the ancient prophecy, for at length its hour is fulfilled." Then she stared towards Hans and myself, waving her arms, and I thought was about to address us. If so, she changed her mind and did not. So far the priests and the congregation had listened in the silence of amazement, or perhaps of fear. Now, however, a howl of furious execration broke from them, and when it died down, I heard Dacre shouting, "Let this blaspheming witch be slain! Let the sacrifice be accomplished!" The two savages stepped towards her, and now I saw that what they held in their hands were coils of rope with which doubtless she was to be bound. If so, she was too swift for them, for with a great bound she sprang upon the table, where lay the body of the hairy woman and the box of matches. Next instant I saw a knife flashing in her hand. I suppose it had been concealed somewhere in her dress. She lifted it and plunged it to her heart, crying as she did so, "My blood be on you, priests of Heu-Heu." Then she fell down there upon the table and was still. In the hush that followed, I heard Hans say, "That was a brave lady, Baas, and doubtless all she said will come true. May I shoot that priest, Baas, or will you?" "No," I began, but before I could get out another word, my voice was overwhelmed by a tumult of shouts. "The god has been robbed of his sacrifice and is hungry. Let the strangers be offered to the god." These and other like things said the shouts. Dacre looked towards us, hesitating, and I saw that it was time to act. Rising, I called out, "Know, O Dacre, that before one hand is laid upon us, I will make you as my companion, Lord of the Fire, made the dog without your doors." Evidently Dacre believed me, for he grew quite humble. "Have no fear, lords," he said. "Are you not our honored guests and the messengers of a great one? Go in peace and safety." Then, at his command or sign, the brightly burning fire was scattered, so that the cave grew almost dark, especially as some of the lights had gone out. "Follow me swiftly, swiftly," said Dramana. and taking my hand she led me away through the gloom. Presently we found ourselves in the passage, though for aught I know it was another passage. At any rate, it led to the hall where we had feasted. This was now empty, although in it lights still burned. Crossing it, Dramana conducted us back to the house, where a hasty examination showed us that our rifles were just as we had left them. Nothing had been touched. Here, seeing that we were quite alone, for all had gone to the sacrifice, I spoke to her. "Lady Dramana," I said, "does my heart tell me truly, or do I only dream that you desire to depart from out of the shadow of Heu-Heu?" She glanced about her cautiously, then answered in a low voice, "Lord, there is nothing that I desire so much, unless perchance it be death," she added with a sigh. "Hearken. 7 years ago I was bound upon the rock of offering, where my sister will stand tomorrow, having been chosen by the god and dedicated to him by the mad terror of my people, which means, Lord, that I had been chosen by Dacre and dedicated to Dacre." "Why then, do you still live?" I asked, "seeing that she who was chosen last year must be sacrificed this year." "Lord, am I not the daughter of the Wallu, the ruler of the people of the mainland, and might not the title to that rule be acquired through me while I breathe? It is not the best of titles, it is true, because I was born of a lesser wife of my father, the Wallu, whereas my sister Sabila is born of the great wife. Still, at a pinch, it might serve. That is why I still live." "What then is Dacre's plan, Lady Dramana?" "It stands thus, Lord. Hitherto, for many generations, it is said, since the great fire burned upon the island and destroyed the city, there have been two governments in this land, that of the priests of Heu-Heu, who govern the minds of its people, also the wild wood folk, and that of the Wallus, who govern their bodies and are kings by ancient right. Now Dacre, who, when he is not lost in drink or other follies, is far-seeing and ambitious, purposes to rule both minds and bodies, and it may be to bring in new blood from outside our country, and once more to build up a great people, such as tradition tells we were in the beginning, when we came here from the north or from the west. He does but wait until he has married my sister, the lawful heiress to the Wallu, my father, who by now must be an old and feeble man, to strike his blow, and in her name to seize the government and power. The priests, as you have seen, are but few and cannot do this of their own strength, but they command all the savage folk who are called the children of Heu-Heu. Now these people are very angry, because the other day one of their women was killed upon the river, she who lay on the altar before the god, and this they think was done by the Wallu, not understanding that it was your servant, the yellow man there, who slew her. Or if they understand, they believe that he did so by the order of Issachar, who, we hear, is betrothed to my sister Sabila. Therefore they wish to make a great war upon the Wallu, under the guidance of the priests of Heu-Heu, whom they call their father, because his image is like to them. Already their mankind are gathering on the island, rowing themselves hither upon logs or bundles of reeds, and by tomorrow night all will be collected. Then, after what is called the holy marriage, when my sister Sabila has been brought as an offering by the Wallu and bound to the pillar between the everlasting fires, led by Dacha, they will attack the city on the mainland, which they dare not do alone. It will surrender to them, and Dacha will kill my old father and the Lord Issachar who stands next to him, and any of the ancient blood who cling to him, and cause himself to be declared Wallu. After this, his purpose is to poison the forest folk, as he well knows how to do, and as I have told you, perhaps to bring new blood into the land, which is rich and wide, and found a kingdom." "A big scheme," I said, not without admiration, for on hearing it, to tell the truth, I began to conceive a certain respect for that villain Dacre, who, at any rate, had ideas and presented a striking contrast to the helpless and superstition-ridden inhabitants of the mainland. "But, lady," I went on, "what is to happen to me and to my companion who is named Lord of the Fire? I do not know, Lord, who have had little talk with Dacha since you came, or with any to whom he reveals his secrets. I think, however, that he is afraid of you, believing you to be magicians, or in league with the greatest of magicians, the prophet Zikali, who dwells in the south, with whom the priests of Heu-Heu communicate from time to time. Also, it is probable that he holds that you may be able to help him to build up a nation, and that therefore he would wish to keep you in his service in this country, only killing you if you try to escape. On the other hand, when the wood folk come to understand that it was really you, or one of you, who killed the woman, they may clamour for your lives. Then, if he thinks it wisest to please them, at the great feast which is called the finishing of the holy marriage, you may be tied upon the altar as a sacrifice while the blood is drained from you, to be drunk by the priests with the lips of Heu-Heu. Perhaps that matter will be settled at the council of the priests tomorrow, Lord. Thank you, I said. Never mind the details. Meanwhile, she went on, for the present you are safe. Indeed, I, who by my rank am the mistress of households, have been commanded to honor you in every way, and tomorrow, when the priests are engaged in preparations for the holy marriage, to show you all that you would see, also to provide you with boughs from the tree of illusions which Zikali the prophet desires. Thank you, I said again. We shall be most happy to take a walk with you, even if it rains, as I think from the sounds upon the roof it is doing at present. Meanwhile, I understand that you wish to get out of this place and to save your sister. Well, I may as well tell you at once, Lady Dramana, that my companion, who chooses to assume the shape of a yellow dwarf, and I, who choose to be as I am, are in fact great magicians with much more power than we seem to possess. Therefore, it is quite possible that we may be able to help you in all ways, and to do other things more remarkable. Yet we may need your aid, since generally that which is mighty works through that which is small, and what I want to know is whether we can count upon it. To the death, Lord, she answered. So be it, Dramana, for know that if you fail us, certainly you will die. Chapter 11. The Sluice Gate. All that night it poured, not merely in the usual tropical torrent, but positively in waterspouts. Seldom in my life have I heard such rain as that which fell upon the roof of the house where we were, which must have been wonderfully well built, for otherwise it would have given way. When we rose in the morning and went to the door to look out, all the place was swimming, and a solid wall of water seemed to stretch from earth to heaven. I think there will be a flood after this, Bas, remarked Hans. I think so too, I answered, and if we were not here I wished that it might be deep enough to drown every human brute upon this island. It cannot do that, Bas, because at the worst they would climb up the mountain, though it might get into the cave and give Heu-Heu a washing, which he needs. If it got into the cave, it would probably get into the mountain as well, I began, then stopped, for an idea occurred to me. I had noticed that this cave sloped downward somewhat steeply, I mean into the base of the mountain and towards its center. Probably, in its origin, it was a vent blown through the rock at some time in the past when the volcano was very active, which, for aught I knew, remained unblocked, or only slightly blocked. Suppose now that a great volume of water ran down that cave and vanished into the interior of the mountain, was it not probable that something unusual would happen? The volcano was still alive. This I knew from the smoke which hung above it, also by the stream of red-hot lava that we had seen trickling down its southern face. And fire and water do not agree well together? They make steam, and steam expands. This thought took such a persistent hold on me that I began to wonder whether it did not partake of the nature of an inspiration. However, I said nothing of it to Hans, who, being a savage, did not understand such matters. A little later, food was brought to us by one of the serving priests. With it came a message from Desha to the effect that he grieved he could not wait on us that day, as he had many matters to which he must attend, but that the Lady Dramana would do so shortly and show us all there was to be seen if the rain permitted. In due course she arrived, alone, as I had hoped she would, and at once began to talk of the rainfall of the previous night, which she said was such as had never been known in their country. She added that all the priests had been out that morning, dragging the great stone sluice gate into its place so as to keep out the water of the lake, lest the arable land should be flooded and the crops destroyed. I told her that I was much interested in such matters, and asked questions about this sluice which she could not answer, as she knew little of its working. She said, however, that she would show it to me so that I might study the system. I thanked her and inquired whether the lake had risen much. She answered, not yet, but that probably it would do so during the day and the following night, when it became filled with the water brought down by the flooded river, which ran into it from the country to the north. At any rate, this was feared, and it had been thought best to set the sluice in place, a difficult task because of its weight. Indeed, a woman who had gone to help out of curiosity had been caught by a lever. I understood that was what she meant, and killed. She still lay by the sluice, since it was not lawful for the priests of Heu-Heu or their servants to touch a dead body between the Feast of Illusions, which had been held on the previous night, and the Feast of Marriage, which would be held on the night of the morrow, when, she added significantly, they often touched plenty. "It is a feast of blood, then?" I said. "Yes, Lord, a feast of blood, and I pray that it may not be of your blood also." "Have no fear of that," I answered airily, though in truth I felt much depressed. Then I asked her to tell me exactly what was going to happen as to the delivery of the Holy Bride. "This, Lord," she said. "Before midnight, when the moon should be at its fullest, a canoe comes, bringing the bride from the city of the Walloos. Priests receive her and tie her to the pillar that stands on the rock of offerings between the everlasting fires. Then the canoe goes and waits at a distance. The priests go also and leave the bride alone. I know it all, Lord, for I have been that bride. So she stands until the first ray of the rising sun strikes upon her. Then from the mouth of the cave comes out the high priest dressed in skins, to resemble the image of the god, and followed by women and some of the hairy savage folk shouting in triumph. He looses the bride, and they bear her into the cave. And there, Lord, she vanishes. Do you think that she will be brought at all, Dramana? Certainly she will be brought, since if my father, the Wallu, or Issachar, or any refused to send her, they would be killed by their own people, who believe that then disaster would overtake them. Unless you can save her by your arts, Lord, my sister Sabila must become the wife of Heu-Heu, which means the wife of Daka. I will think the matter over, I said. But if I make up my mind to help, am I right in understanding that you also desire to escape from this island? Lord, I have told you so already, and I will only add this. Dacha hates me, and when I have served his purpose, and he has in his hands Sabila, the true heiress to the chieftainship over our people, unless first I tread her road, certainly it will be my lot to stand where that poor woman stood last night, who slew herself to escape worse things. Oh, Lord, save me if you can. I will save you, if I can, I replied, and I meant it, almost as much as I meant to save myself. Then I impressed upon her that she must obey me in all things without question, and this she swore to do. Also, I asked her if she could provide us with a canoe. "It is impossible," she replied. "Dacha is clever. He has bethought him that you might depart in a canoe. Therefore, every one of them has been moved round to the other side of the island, where they are kept under watch of the savage folk. That is why he gives you leave to roam about the place, because he knows that you cannot leave it unless you have wings, for the lake is too wide for any man to swim, and if it were not, the Wallu shore is haunted by crocodiles." Now, my friends, as you may guess, this was a blow indeed. However, I kept my countenance and said that as this was the case, something else must be arranged, only asking casually if there were any crocodiles about this part of the island coast. She answered that there were none, because, as she supposed, the flames of the everlasting fires, or some smell from the smoke of the mountain, frightened them away. Next, as the torrents of rain had ceased, at any rate for a while, I suggested that we should go out, and we did so. Also, I did not mind much about the weather, as to protect us from it she had brought with her for our use, and her own 3 of the strangest waterproofs that ever I saw. These consisted of 2 giant leaves from some kind of water lily that grew on the borders of the lake, sewn together, with a hole at the top of the leaves, where the stalk comes, for the wearer's head to go through, and 2 openings left for his arms. For the rest, no mackintosh ever turned wet so well as did these leaves, the only drawback about them, as I was informed, being that they must be renewed once in every 3 days. Arrayed in these queer garments, we went out in rain that here we should call fairly heavy, though it was but the merest drizzle compared to what had gone before. This rain, I may explain, had great advantages so far as we were concerned, seeing that in it not even the most curious woman put her nose outside her own door. So it came about that we were able to examine the village of the priests of Heu-Heu quite unobserved and at our leisure. This settlement was small, since there were never more than 50 priests in the college, if so it may be called, to whom, of course, must be added their wives and women, on an average, perhaps, of 3 or 4 per man. The odd thing was that there seemed to be no children and no old people. Either offspring did not arrive, and folk died young upon the island, or in both cases they were made away with, perhaps as sacrifices to Heu-Heu. I am sorry to say that in the pressure of great dangers, I do not remember making any inquiry upon the point, or if I did, I cannot recall the answer given. It was only afterwards that I reflected upon this strange circumstance. The fact remains that on the island there were no young and no aged. Another possible explanation, by the way, is that both may have been exported to the mainland. Here I will add that with the exception of Dramana and a few discarded wives, who may have been doomed to sacrifice, the women were fiercer bigots and more cruel votaries of Heu-Heu than were the men themselves. So indeed I had observed when I sat among them at the Feast of Illusions in the cave. For the rest, they all lived in dwellings such as that which was given to us, and were waited upon by servants or slaves from the savage race that was called Heu-Heu. Low as these Heu-Heu were, and disgusting as might be their appearance, like our South African bushmen, they were clever in their way, and, when trained, could do many things. Also, they were faithful to the commands of their god, Heu-Heu, or rather to those of his priests, though they hated the Walloos, from whom these priests sprang, and waged continual war against them. Soon we had left the houses and were among the cultivated lands, all of which Dramana informed us were worked by the Hohoya slaves. These labored here in gangs for a year at a time, and then were returned to their women in the forests on the mainland, for except as servants, none of them were allowed upon the island. Those lands were extraordinarily fertile, as was shown by the crops on them, which, although much beaten down by the torrential rain, were now ready for harvest. They were enclosed by a kind of sea wall built of blocks of lava, and must at some time have been reclaimed from the muddy shallows of the lake, which accounted for their richness. Everywhere about them ran irrigation channels that were used in the dry sowing season and controlled by the sluice gate that has been mentioned. That is all I have to say about the gardens, except that the existence of this irrigation system is to my mind another proof that these Walloos sprang originally from some highly civilized race. Their fields extended to that extremity of the island which was nearest to the Wallo coast, and I know not how far in the other direction, for I did not go there. Standing upon this point, we saw in the distance a number of moving specks upon the water. I asked Dramana if they were hippopotami, and she answered, "No, Lord, they are the hairy folk, who in obedience to the summons of the god cross the lake upon bundles of reeds, that they may be ready to fight in the coming war against the Wallo. Already there are hundreds of them gathered upon the farther side of the mountain, and by tonight all their able-bodied men will have come, leaving only the females, the aged, and the children hidden away in the depths of the forests. On the 3rd day from now they will paddle back across the lake, led by the priests under the command of Decha, and attack Wallo." "A great deal may happen in 3 days," I said, and dropped the subject. We walked back towards the village and the cave mouth by the sea wall, upon the top of which ran a path, and thus at last came to the rock of offering, upon each side of which burned the 2 curious columns of flame that I took it were fed with natural gas generated in the womb of the volcano. They were not very large fires. At any rate, when I saw them, the flame may have been about 8 or 10 feet high, no more. But there they burned, and had done so, Dramana said, from the beginning of things. Between them, at a little distance, stood a post of stone, with rings also of stone, to which the bride was bound. I noted that from these rings hung new ropes placed there to serve as the bonds of Sabila during the coming night. Having seen all there was to see on this rock of offering, including the steps by which the victim was landed, we went on to a long shed with a steep reed roof, which contained the machinery, if so I can call it, that regulated the irrigation sluice. It had a heavy wooden door which Dramana unlocked with an odd-shaped stone key that she produced from a bag she was wearing. This key, she told us, had been given to her by Dacre with strict orders that she was to return it after we had examined the place, should we wish so to do. As it happened, there was a good deal to examine. Near one end of the shed, the main irrigation canal, which may have been 12 feet wide, passed beneath it. Here, under the centre of the roof, was a pit of which the water that stood in it prevented us from seeing the depth. On either side of this pit were perpendicular grooves cut in the solid rock, very deep grooves that were exactly filled by a huge slab of dressed stone 6 or 7 inches thick. When this stone, or the upper part of it, was lifted out of the rock floor of the channel, where normally it stood in its niche, forming part of the bed of the channel, it entirely cut off the inflow of water from the lake, and was, moreover, tall enough to stop any possible additional inflow at a time of flood. Perhaps I can make the thing clear in this way. When Good and I were last in London together, we went to Madame Tussaud's and saw the famous guillotine that was used in the French Revolution. The knife of that guillotine, you will remember, was raised between uprights, and when brought into action, let fall again to the bottom of the apparatus, severing the neck of the victim in its course. Now imagine that those uprights were the rock walls of the pit, and that the knife, instead of being but a narrow thing, were a great sheet of steel, or rather stone. Then, when it was drawn to the top of the uprights from the niche at the bottom, it would entirely fill the space to the head of the grooves, and none of the water that normally passed over it could flow between the uprights, or rather walls, because the sheet of stone barred its passage. Now, do you understand? As Good, who was stupid about such matters, looked doubtful, Allan went on. Perhaps a better illustration would be that of a portcullis. Even you, Good, have seen a portcullis, which, by the way, must mean a door in a groove. Imagine a subterranean, or rather subaqueous, portcullis that, when it was desired to shut it, rose in its grooves from below instead of falling from above, and you will have an exact idea of the water door of the priests of Heu-Heu. I'd draw it for you if it wasn't so late. I see now, said Good, and I suppose they wound the thing up with a windlass. Why not say with a donkey engine at once, Good? Windlasses had not occurred to the Walloos. No, they acted on a simpler and more ancient plan. They lifted it with a lever. Near the top of this slab of rock, or water door, was drilled a hole. Through this hole passed a bolt of stone, of which the ends went into the cut-out base of the lever, thus forming a kind of hinge. The lever itself was a bar of stone. Evidently they would not trust to wood which rots, massive and about 20 feet long, so as to obtain the best possible purchase. When the door was quite down in its niche at the bottom of the bed of the channel, the end of the lever naturally rose high into the air, almost to the top of the pitched roof of the shed, indeed. When it was desired to raise the door so as to regulate the amount of water passing into the irrigation channel beyond, or to cut it off altogether in case of flood, the lever was pulled down by ropes that were tied to its end by the strength of a number of men, and that end was passed into, or rather under, one or other of half a dozen hooks of stone hollowed in a face of solid rock. Here, of course, it remained immovable until it was released, again by the united strength of a number of men, and flew back to the roof, letting the portcullis slab drop into its bed or groove at the bottom of the channel, thus admitting the lake water. On the present occasion, as a great flood was anticipated, this slab was raised to its full extent, and when I saw it, the top of it stood 5 or 6 feet above the level of the water, while the end of the handle of the lever was made fast beneath the lowest hook of rock within a foot of the floor. Hans and I examined this primitive but effective apparatus for preventing inundations very carefully. Supposing, thought I, that anyone wanted to release that lever so that the door fell and water rushed in over it, how could it be done? Answer. It could only be done by the application of the united force of a great number of men pressing on the end of the lever till it was pushed clear of the point of the hook, when naturally it would fly upwards and the door would fall. Or secondly, by breaking the lever in two, when of course the same thing would happen. Now 2 men, that is Hans and myself, could not possibly release this beam of stone from its hook. Indeed, I doubt whether 10 men could have done it. Nor could 2 men possibly break that beam of stone. Perhaps, if they had suitable marble saws, such as workers in stone use, and plenty of time, they might cut it in two, although it seemed to be made of a kind of rock that was as hard as iron. But we had no saw. Therefore, so far as we were concerned, the task was impossible. That idea must be dismissed. Still, there is a way out of most difficulties if only it can be hit upon. My own mental resources were exhausted, it is true, but Hans remained, and possibly he might have some suggestion of value to make. He was a curious creature, Hans, and often his concentrated primitive instincts led him more directly to the mark than did all my civilized reasonings. So speaking without emphasis in Dutch, for I did not wish Dramana to guess my internal excitement, I put the problem to Hans in these words. Supposing that you and I, Hans, with none to help, except perhaps this woman, found it necessary to break that bar of stone and cause the water gate to fall, so as to let in the lake flood over it, how could we do it with such means as we have in this place? Hans stared about him, twiddling his hat in his usual vacuous fashion, and remarked, I don't know, Baas. Then find out, for I want to learn if your conclusions agree with my own, I answered. I think that if they agree with the Baases, they will agree with nothing at all, said Hans, delivering this shrewd and perfectly accurate shot with such a wooden expression of utter stupidity that I could have kicked him. Next, without more words, he removed himself from my neighborhood and began to examine the lever in a casual fashion, especially the hook of rock which held it in its place. Presently he remarked in Arabic, so that Dramana might understand, that he wanted to see how deep the pit was, which we could not do from the floor of the shed, and instantly climbed up the slope of the beam-like lever with all the agility of a monkey, and sat himself, cross-legged, on the top of it, just below the stone hinge that I have described. Here he remained for a while, apparently staring into the darkness of the hole or pit on the farther side of the stone slab, where, of course, it was almost empty, as the door cut off the water from the irrigation channel on the island side. That hole is too dark to see into, he said presently, and swarmed down the shaft again. Then he called my attention to the body of the dead woman who Dramana had told us was struck by the lever and killed while it was being dragged into place, which lay almost out of sight in the shadow by the wall of the shed. We went to look at her. She was a tall woman, handsome, like all these people, and young. Outwardly she showed no signs of injury, for her long white robe was unstained. I suppose that she had been crushed between the lever and the hook, or perhaps struck on the side of the head as it was being swung into place. Whilst we were examining the corpse of this unfortunate, Hans said to me, still speaking in Dutch, does the Baas remember that we have 2-pound tins of the best rifle powder in our bag, and that he scolded me because I did not take them out when we left the house of the Waloo, saying that it was foolish to bring them with us as they would be quite useless to us on the island? I replied that I had some recollection of the incident, and that, as a matter of fact, they had been heavy to carry. Then Hans proceeded to set a riddle in his irritating and sententious way, asking, who does the Baas think knows most about things that are to happen, the Baas or the Baas's reverend father in heaven? My father, I presume, Hans, I replied airily. The Baas is right. The Baas's father in the sky knows much more than the Baas, but sometimes I think that Hans knows better than either, at any rate, here on the earth. I stared at the little wretch, rendered speechless by his irreverent impudence, but he went on unabashed. I did not forget to leave that powder behind, Baas. I brought it with me thinking that it might be useful, because with powder you can blow up men and other things. Also, I did not wish it to stay where we might never see it again. Well, what about the powder? I asked. Nothing much, Baas. At least, only this. These waloo do not bore stones very well. They make the holes too big for what has to go through them. That in the water-gate is so large that there would be room to put 2-pound flasks of powder beneath the pin, now that the strain lifts it up to the top of the hole. And what would be the use of putting 2 flasks of powder in such a place? I inquired carelessly, for at the moment I was thinking about the dead woman. None at all, Baas, none at all. Only I thought the Baas asked me how we could loose that stone arm. If 2 pounds of powder were put into the hole, covered with a little mud, and fired, I think that they would blow out the bit of rock at the top of the hole, or break the pin, or both. Then, as there would be nothing to hold it, the stone door would fall down, and the lake would come in and water the fields of the priests of Heu-Heu, if, in his wisdom and kindness, the Baas thinks they want it at harvest time, and after so much rain. You little wretch, I said, you infernal clever little wretch. Hang me if I don't think you have got hold of the right end of the stick this time. Only the business will take a lot of thinking out and arrangement. Yes, Baas, and we had better do that in the house, which, as the Baas knows, is quite close, only about 100 paces away. Let us get out of this place, Baas, before the lady begins to smell rats. Only as you go, take a good squint at that hole in the top of the stone door and the rock pin which goes through it. Then Hans, who all this while had been staring at the body of the woman and apparently talking about her, bowed towards it, remarking in Arabic, Allah, I mean Heu-Heu, receive her into his bosom, and retreated reverentially. So we went away, but I, lingering behind, examined the hole and the pin very carefully. Hans was quite right. There was just room left in the former to accommodate 2 tin flasks of powder. Also, there were not more than 3 inches of rock on the top side of the hole. Surely 2 pounds of powder would suffice to blow out this ring of stone and perhaps to shatter the pin as well. Chapter 12. The Plot. We left the shed, and, after she had locked its door very carefully and returned the stone key to her pouch, were taken by Dramana to see the famous tree of illusions, of which the juice and leaves, if powdered and burnt, could produce such strange dreams and intoxicating effects. It grew in a large walled space that was called Heu-Heu's garden, though nothing else was planted there. Dramana assured us indeed that this tree had a poisonous effect upon all other vegetation. Passing the wall by a door of which she also produced some kind of key out of her bag, we found ourselves standing in front of the famous tree, if so it can be called, for its growth was shrub-like, and its topmost twigs were not more than 20 feet above the ground. On the other hand, it covered a great area, and had a trunk 2 or 3 feet thick, from which projected a vast number of branches, whereof the extremities lay upon the soil, and I think rooted there, after the manner of wild figs, though of this I am not certain. It was an unholy product of nature, inasmuch as it had no real foliage, only dark green, euphorbia-like, and fleshy fingers. Indeed, I think it must have been some variety of euphorbia. At the extremities of these green fingers appeared purple-coloured blooms with a most evil smell that reminded me of the odour of something dead. Also down their sides, for like the orange, the tree appeared to have the property of flowering and fruiting at the same time, were yellow seed vessels about the size of those of a prickly pear, except that the trunk was covered with corrugated grey bark, and that the finger-like leaves were full of resinous white milk, like those of other euphorbias. There is nothing more to say about it. I should add, however, that Dramana told us no other specimen existed, either on the mainland or the island, and that to attempt its propagation elsewhere was a capital offence. In short, the tree of illusions was a monopoly of the priests. Hans set to work and cut a large faggot of the leaves, or fingers, which he tied up with a piece of string he had in his pocket, to be conveyed to Zicali, though there seemed to be such a small prospect of their ever reaching him. It was not an agreeable job, for when it was cut, the white juice of the tree spurted out, and if it fell upon the flesh, burned like caustic. I was glad when it came to an end because of the stench of the flowers, but before I left I took the opportunity, when Dramana was not looking, of picking some of the ripest of the fruits and putting them in my pocket, with the idea of planting the seeds should we ever escape from that country. I am sorry to say, however, that I never did so, as the sharp spines that grew upon the fruits wore a hole in the lining of my pocket, which already was thin from use, and they tumbled out unobserved. Evidently, the Tree of Illusions did not intend to be reproduced elsewhere. At least, that was Hans's explanation. On our way back to the house, we had to pass round a lava boulder on the lakeside of the sluice shed, crossing by a little bridge the water channel that ran beneath it, near to a flight of landing steps that were used by fishermen. I examined this channel, which pierced the sea wall, and here, outside the sluice gate, was about 20 feet wide. At the side of it, built into the wall, was a slab of stone on which were marks, cut there, no doubt, to indicate the height of the water level and the rate at which it rose. I noticed that the topmost of these marks was already covered, and that during the little while I stood and watched, it vanished altogether, showing that the water was rising rapidly. Seeing that I was interested, Dramana remarked that the priests said that tradition never told of the water having reached that topmost mark before, even during the greatest rains. She added that she supposed it had done so now, owing to the unprecedented wetness of the summer and great tempests farther up the river that fed the lake, of which we were experiencing the last. "It is fortunate that you have such a strong door to keep out the water," I said. "Yes, Lord," she answered, "since if it broke all this side of the island would be flooded. If you look, you will see that already the lake stands higher than the cultivated lands, and even than the mouth of the cave of Heu-Heu. It is told in tradition that when first, hundreds of years ago, these lands were reclaimed from the mud of the lake, and the wall was built to protect them, the priests of Heu-Heu trusted to the rain for their crops. Then came many dry seasons, and they cut a way through the wall and let in water to irrigate them, making the sluice gate that you have seen to keep it out if it rose too high. An old priest of that time said that this was madness and would one day prove their destruction, but they laughed at him and made the sluice. He was wrong also, since thenceforward their crops were doubled, and the gate is so well fashioned that no floods, however great, have ever passed through or over it. Nor can they do so, because the top of the stone gate rises to the height of a child above the level of the water wall which separates the lake from the reclaimed land. "The lake might come over the crest of the wall," I suggested. "No, Lord. If you look, you will see that the wall is raised far above its level, to a height that no flood could ever reach." "Then safety depends upon the gate, Dramana." "Yes, Lord. If the flood were high enough, which it never has been within the memory of man, the safety of the town would depend upon the gate, and that of the cave of Heu-Heu also. Before the mountain broke into flame and destroyed the city of our ancestors, the new mouth was made on the level, for formerly, it is said, it was entered from the slope above. Moreover, there is no danger, because if any accident happened and the flood broke through, all could flee up the mountain. Only then the cultivated land would be ruined for a time, and there might be scarcity, during which people must obtain corn from the mainland or draw it from that which is stored in pits in the hillside, to be used in case of war or siege." I thanked her for her explanation of these interesting hydraulic problems, and after another glance at the scale rock on which the marks had now vanished completely, showing me that the lake was still rising rapidly, we went to the house to rest and eat. Here Dramana left us, saying that she would return at sundown. I begged her to do so without fail. This I did for her own sake, a fact that I did not explain. Personally, I was indifferent as to whether she came back or not, having learned all she could teach us. But as I was planning catastrophe, I was anxious, should it come, to give her any chance of escape that might offer for ourselves. After all, she had been a good friend to us, and was one who hated Dacha and Heu-Heu, and loved her sister Sabila. Hans led her to the door, and in an awkward fashion made much ado in helping her to put on her leaf raincoat, which she had discarded and was carrying. For now, suddenly the rain, which had almost ceased while we walked, had begun to fall again in torrents. When we had eaten and were left alone within closed doors, Hans and I took counsel together. "What is to be done, Hans?" I asked, wishing to hear his views. "This, I think, Bas," he answered. When it draws near to midnight, we must go to hide near the steps, there by the rock of offerings, not the smaller ones near the sluice gate. Then, when the canoe comes and lands the Lady Sabila to be married, as soon as she has been taken and tied to the post, we must swim out to it, get aboard, and go back to Wallu town. But that would not save the Lady Sabila, Hans. No, Baas, I was not troubling my head about the Lady Sabila, who I hope will be happy with Heu-Heu, but it would save us, though perhaps we shall have to leave some of our things behind. If Issachar and the rest wish to save the Lady Sabila, they had better cease from being cowards who are afraid of a stone statue and a handful of priests, and do so for themselves. Listen, Hans, I said. We came here to get a bundle of stinking leaves for Zikali and to save the Lady Sabila, who is the victim of folly and wickedness. The first we have got, the second remains to be done. I mean to save that unfortunate woman, or to die in the attempt. Yes, Baas. I thought the Baas would say that, since we are all fools in our different ways, and how can anyone dig out of his heart the folly that his mother put there before he was born? Therefore, since the Baas is a fool, or in love with the Lady Sabila because she is so pretty, I don't know which, we must make another plan and try to get ourselves killed in carrying it out. What plan? I asked, disregarding his crude satire. I don't know, Baas, he said, staring at the roof. If I had something to drink, I might be able to think of one, as all this wet has filled my head with fog, just as my stomach is full of water. Still, Baas, do I understand the Baas to say that if that stone gate were broken, the lake would flow in and flood this place, also the cave of Heu-Heu, where all the priests and their wives will be gathered worshipping him? Yes, Hans, so I believe, and very quickly. As soon as the water began to run, it would tear away the wall on either side of the sluice and enter in a mighty flood, especially as now the rain is again falling heavily. Then, Baas, we must let the stone fall, and as we are not strong enough to do it ourselves, we must ask this to help us. And he produced from his bag the 2 pounds of powder done up in stout flasks of soldered tin, as it had left the maker in England. As I am called Lord of the Fire, the priests of Heu-Heu will think it quite natural, he added with a grin. Yes, Hans, I said, nodding. But the question is, how? I think like this, Baas. We must pack these 2 tins tight into that hole in the rock door beneath the pin with the help of little stones, and cover them over thickly with mud to give the powder time to work before the tins are blown out of the hole. But first, we must bore holes in the tins and make slow matches and put the ends of them into the holes. Only how are we to make these slow matches? I looked about me. There on a shelf in the room stood the clay lamps with which it was lighted at night, and by them lay a coil of the wick which these people used, made of fine and dry plaited rushes, many feet of it. There's the very stuff, I said. We got it down. We soaked it in a mixture of the native oil, mixed with gunpowder that I extracted from a cartridge, and behold, in half an hour we had 2 splendid slow matches that by experiment I reckoned would take quite 5 minutes to burn before the fire reached the powder. That was all we could do for the moment. Now, Baas, said Hans, when we had finished our preparations and hidden the matches away to dry, all this is very nice, but supposing that the stone falls and the water runs in and everything goes softly, how are we to get off the island? If we drown the priest of Heu-Heu, though I do not think we shall drown them because they will bolt up the mountainside like rock rabbits, we drown ourselves also and travel in their company to the place of fires of which your reverend father was so fond of talking. It will be very nice to try to drown the priests of Heu-Heu, Baas, but we shall be no better off, nor will the Lady Sabila if we leave her tied to that post. We shall not leave her, Hans. That is, if things go as I hope, we shall leave someone else. Hans saw light and his face brightened. Oh, Baas, now I understand. You mean that you will tie to the post the Lady Dramana, who is older and not quite so nice-looking as the Lady Sabila, which is why you told her she must stay with us all the time after she comes back. That is quite a good plan, especially as it will save us trouble with her afterwards. Only, Baas, it will be necessary to give her a little knock on the head first, lest she should make a noise and betray us in her selfishness. Hans, You are a brute to think that I mean anything of the sort, I said indignantly. Yes, Bas, of course I am a brute who think of you and myself before I do of others. But then who will the Bas leave? Surely he does not mean to leave me dressed up in a bride's robe, he added in genuine alarm. Hans, you are a fool as well as a brute, for silly as you may be, how could I get on without you? I do not mean to leave anyone living, I mean to leave that dead woman in the gatehouse. He stared at me in evident admiration and answered, The Bas is growing quite clever. For once he has thought of something that I have not thought of first. It is a good plan, if we can carry her there without anyone seeing us, and the Lady Sabila does not betray us by making a noise, laughing and crying both together like stupid women do. But suppose that it all happens, there will be 4 of us, and how are we to get into that canoe, Bas, if those cowardly walloos wait so long? Thus, Hans, when the canoe lands the Lady Sabila, and she has been tied to the post, if Dramana speaks truth, it waits for the dawn at a little distance. While it is waiting, you must swim out to it, taking your pistol with you, which you will hold above your head with one hand to keep the cartridges dry, but leaving everything else behind. Then you must get into the boat, telling the Walloo and Issachar, or whoever is there, who you are. Later, when all is quiet, the Lady Dramana and I will carry the dead woman to the post and tie her there in place of Sabila. After this, you will bring the canoe to the landing steps, the small landing steps by the big boulder which we saw near to the sluice mouth on the lake wall, those that Dramana told us were used by fishermen, because it is not lawful for them to set foot upon the rock of offerings. You remember them? Yes, Bas. You mean the ones at the end of a little pier, which Dramana also said was built to keep mud from the lake from drifting into the sluice mouth and blocking it. When I see you coming, Hans, I shall fire the slow matches, and we will run down to the pier and get into the canoe. I hope that the priests and their women in the cave, which is at a distance, will not hear the powder explode beneath that shed, and that when they come out of the cave, they will find the water running in and swamping them. This might give them something else to do besides pursuing us, as doubtless they would otherwise, for I am sure they have canoes hidden away somewhere nearby, although Dramana may not know where they are. Now, do you understand? Oh, yes, Bas. As I said, the Bas has grown quite clever all of a sudden. I think it must be that wine of dreams he drank last night that has woke up his mind. But the Bas has missed one thing. Supposing that I get into the canoe safely, how am I to make those people row in to the landing steps and take you off? Probably they will be afraid, Bas, or say that it is against their custom, or that Heu-Heu will catch them if they do, or something of the sort. You will talk to them gently, Hans, and if they will not listen, then you will talk to them with your pistol. Yes, if necessary, you will shoot one or more of them, Hans, after which I think the rest will obey you. But I hope that this will not be necessary, since if Issachar is there, certainly he will desire to win back Sabila from Heu-Heu. Now we have settled everything, and I am going to sleep for a while, with the slow matches under me to dry them, as I advise you to do also. We had little rest last night, and tonight we shall have none at all, so we may as well take some while we can. But first, bring that mat and tie up the twigs from the stinking tree for Zikali, on whom be every kind of curse for sending us on this job. Settled everything, I repeated to myself, with inward sarcasm, as I lay down and shut my eyes. In truth, nothing at all was ever less settled, since success in such a desperate adventure depended upon a string of hypotheses long enough to reach from where we were to Cape Town. Our case was an excellent example of the old proverb, if ifs and ands made pots and pans, there'd be no work for tinker's hands. If the canoe came, if it waited off the rock, if Hans could swim out to it without being observed and get aboard, if he could persuade those fetish-ridden walloos to come to take us off, if we could carry out our little game about the powder undetected, if the powder went off all right and broke up the sluice handle as per plan, if we could free Sabila from the post, if she did not play the fool in some female fashion, if blackguards of sorts did not manage to cut our throats during all these operations and a score of other ifs, why, Then our pots and pans would be satisfactorily manufactured, and perhaps the priests of Heu-Heu would be satisfactorily frightened away or drowned. As it was, it looked to me as though, so far from not getting any rest that night, we should slumber more soundly than ever we did before, in the last long sleep of all. Well, it could not be helped, so I just fell back upon my favourite fatalism, said my prayers and went off to sleep, which, thank God, I can do at any time and under almost any circumstances. Had it not been for that gift, I should have been dead long ago. When I woke up, it was dark, and I found Dramana standing over me. Indeed, it was her entry that roused me. I looked at my watch and discovered to my surprise that it was past 10 o'clock at night. "Why did you not wake me before?" I said to Hans. "What was the use, Bas, seeing that there was nothing to be done, and it is dull to be idle without a drop to drink?" That's what he said, but the fact was that he had been fast asleep himself. Well, I was thankful, as thus we got rid of many weary hours of waiting. Suddenly, I made up my mind to tell Dramana everything, and did so. There was something about this woman that made me trust her. Also, obviously, she was mad with desire to escape from Dacha, whom she hated and who hated her, and had determined to murder her as soon as he had obtained possession of Sabila. She listened and stared at me, amazed at the boldness of my plans. "It may all end well," she said, "though there is the magic of the priests to be feared, which may tell them things that their eyes do not see." "I will risk the magic," I said. "There is also another thing," she went on. "We cannot get into the place where the stone gate is which you would destroy. As I was bidden, when I went back to the cave, I gave up the bag in which I carried the key and that of Heu-Heu's garden to Dacha, and he has put it away, I know not where. The door is very strong, Lord, and cannot be broken down, and if I went to ask Dacha for the key again, he would guess all, especially as the water is rising more fast than it ever rose before in the memory of man, and priests have been to make sure that the stone gate is fixed so that it cannot be moved, yes, and bound down the handle with ropes." Now I sat still, not knowing what to say, for I had overlooked this matter of the key. While I did so, I heard Hans chuckling idiotically. "What are you laughing at, you little donkey?" I asked. "Is it a time to laugh when all our plans have come to nothing?" "No, Bas. Or rather, yes, Bas. You see, Bas, I guessed that something of this sort might happen, so, just in case it should, I took the key out of the Lady Dramana's bag and put in a stone of about the same weight in place of it. Here it is," and from his pocket he produced that ponderous and archaic lock-opening instrument. That was wise. Only you say, Dramana, that the priests have been to the shed. How did they get in without the key? I asked. "Lord, there are two keys. He who is called the Watcher of the Gate has one of his own. According to his oath, he carries it about him all day at his girdle and sleeps with it at night. The key I had was that of the high priest, who uses it, and others that he may look into all things when he pleases, though this he does seldom, if ever." "So far so good, then, Dramana. Have you aught to tell us?" "Yes, Lord. You will do well to escape from this island tonight, if you can, since at today's council an oracle has gone forth from Heu-Heu that you and your companion are to be sacrificed at the bridal feast tomorrow. It is an offering to the wood-dwellers, who now know that the woman was killed by you on the river, and say that if you are allowed to live, they will not fight against the Walloos. I think also that I am to be sacrificed with you." "Are we indeed?" I said, reflecting to myself that any scruples I might have had as to attempting to drown out these fanatical brutes were now extinct for reasons which quite satisfied my conscience. I did not intend to be sacrificed if I could help it, then or at any future time, and evidently the best way to prevent this would be to give the prospective sacrificers a dose of their own medicine. From that moment, I became as ruthless as Hans himself. Now I understood why we were being treated with so much courtesy and allowed to see everything we wished. It was to lull our suspicions. What did it matter how much we learned, if within a few hours we were to be sent to a land whence we could communicate it to no one else? I asked more particularly about this oracle, but only got answers from Dramana that I could not understand. It appeared, however, that, as she said, It had undoubtedly been issued in reply to prayers from the savage hairy folk who demanded satisfaction for the death of their countrywoman on the river and threatened rebellion if it were not granted. This explained everything, and really the details did not matter. Having collected all the information I could, we sat down to supper, during which Dramana told us incidentally that it had been arranged that our arms, which were known to spit out fire, should be stolen from us while we slept before dawn, so as to make us helpless when we were seized. So it came to this. If we were to act at all, it must be at once. I ate as much as I was able, because food gives strength, and Hans did the same. Indeed, I am sure that he would have made an excellent meal even in sight of the noose which his neck was about to occupy. Eat and drink, for tomorrow we die, would have been Hans's favourite motto if he had known it, as perhaps he did. Indeed, we did drink also of some of the native liquor which Dramana had brought with her, since I thought that a moderate amount of alcohol would do us both good, especially Hans, who had the prospect of a cold swim before him. Immediately I had swallowed the stuff I regretted it, since it occurred to me that it might be drugged. However, it was not. Dramana had seen to that. When we had finished our food, we packed up our small belongings in the most convenient way we could. One half of these I gave to Dramana to carry, as she was a strong woman, and of course, as he had to swim, Hans could be burdened with nothing except his pistol and the bundle of twigs from the tree of illusions, which we thought might help both to support and to conceal him in the water. Then, about 11 o'clock, we started, throwing over our heads goatskin rugs that had served for coverings on our beds, to make us resemble those animals, if that were possible. Chapter 13. The Terrible Night. Leaving the house very softly, we found that the torrential rain had dwindled to a kind of heavy drizzle which thickened the air, while on the surface of the lake and the low-lying cultivated land there hung a heavy mist. This, of course, was very favourable to us, since even if there were watchers about, they could not see us unless we stumbled right into them. As a matter of fact, I think that there was none, all the population of the place being collected at the ceremony in the cave. We neither saw nor heard anybody, not even a dog barked, for these animals, of which there were few on the island, were sleeping in the houses out of the wet and cold. Above the mist, however, the great full moon shone in a clear sky, which suggested that the weather was mending, as in fact proved to be the case. The tempest of rain, which we learned afterwards had raged for months with some intervals of fine weather, having worn itself out at last. We reached the sluice house, and to our surprise found that the door was unlocked. Supposing that it had been left thus through carelessness by the inspecting priests, we entered softly and closed it behind us. Then I lit a candle, some of which I always carried with me, and held it up that we might look about us. Next moment, I stepped back, horror-struck, for there on the coping of the water shaft sat a man with a great spear in his hand. Whilst I wondered what to do, staring at this man, who seemed to be half asleep and even more frightened than I was myself, with the greater quickness of the savage, Hans acted. He sprang at the fellow as a leopard springs. I think he drew his knife, but I am not sure. At any rate, I heard a blow, and then the light of the candle shone upon the soles of the man's feet as he vanished backwards into the pit of water. What happened to him there I do not know. So far as we were concerned, he vanished forever. How is this? You told us no one would be here, I said to Dramana savagely, for I suspected a trap. She fell upon her knees, thinking, probably, that I was going to kill her with the man's spear which I had picked up, and answered, Lord, I do not know. I suppose that the priests grew suspicious and set one of their number to watch. Or it may have been because of the great flood which is rising fast. Believing her explanations, I told her to rise, and we set to work. Having fastened the door from within, Hans climbed up the lever, and by the light of the candle, which could not betray us, as there were no windows to the shed, fixed the 2 flasks of powder in the hole in the stone gate immediately beneath the pin of the lever. Then, as we had arranged, he wedged them tight with pebbles that we had brought with us. This done, I procured a quantity of the sticky clay with which the walls of the shed were plastered, taking it from a spot where the damp had come through and made it moist, This clay we stuck all over the flasks and the stones to a thickness of several inches. Only immediately beneath the pin we left an opening, hoping thereby to concentrate the force of the explosion on it and on the upper rim of the hole that was bored through the sluice gate. The slow matches, which now were dry, we inserted in the holes we had made in the flasks, bringing them out through the clay encased in two long, hollow reeds that we had drawn from the roof of our house where we lodged, hoping thus to keep the damp away from them. Thus arranged, their ends hung to within 6 feet of the ground, where they could easily be lighted, even in a hurry. By now it was 11:15, and the most terrible and dangerous part of our task must be faced. Lifting the corpse of the dead woman who had been killed, presumably, by a blow from the lever that morning, Hans and I, Dramana would not touch her, bore her out of the shed, followed by Dramana with all our goods, for we dared not leave them behind, as our retreat might be cut off. We carried her with infinite labour, for she was very heavy, some 50 yards to a spot I had noted during our examination in the morning at the edge of the rock of Offering, which spot, fortunately, rose to a height of 6 feet, or rather less above the level of the surrounding ground. Here there was a little hollow in the rock face, washed out by the action of water, a small, roofless cavity large enough to shelter the three of us, and the corpse as well. In this place we hid, for there, fortunately, the shape of the surrounding rock cut off the glare from the two eternal fires, which in so much wet seemed to be burning dully and with a good deal of smoke, the nearer of them at a distance of not more than a dozen paces from us. The post to which the victim was to be tied was perhaps the length of a cricket pitch away. In this hiding hole we could scarcely be discovered unless by ill fortune someone walked right onto the top of us or approached from behind. We crouched down and waited. A while later, shortly before midnight, in the great stillness, we heard a sound of paddles on the lake. The canoe was coming. A minute afterwards we distinguished the voices of men talking quite close to us. Lifting my head, I peered very cautiously over the top of the rock. A large canoe was approaching the landing steps, or rather, where these had been, for now, except the topmost, they were under water because of the flood. On the rock itself, 4 priests, clad in white and wearing veils over their faces, with eye-holes cut in them, which made them look like monks in old pictures of the Spanish Inquisition, were marching towards these steps. As they reached them, so did the canoe. Next, from its prow, was thrust a tall woman, entirely draped in a white cloak that covered both head and body, who from her height might very well be Sabila. The priests received her without a word, for all this drama was enacted in utter silence, and half led, half carried her to the stone post between the fires, where, so far as I could see through the mist, that night I blessed the mist, as we do in church in one of the psalms. No, it is the mist that blesses the Lord, but it does not matter. They bound her to the post. Then, still in utter silence, they turned and marched away down the sloping rock to the mouth of the cave, where they vanished. The canoe also paddled backwards a few yards, not far, I judged, from the number of strokes taken, and there floated quietly. So far all had happened as Dramana told us that it must. In a whisper, I asked her if the priests would return. She answered no. No one would come on to the rock till sunrise, when Heu-Heu, accompanied by women, would issue from the cave to take his bride. She swore that this was true, since it was the greatest of crimes for anyone to look upon the holy bride between the time that she was bound to the rock and the appearance of the sun above the horizon. Then the sooner we get to business, the better, I said, setting my teeth, and without stopping to ask her what she meant by saying that Heu-Heu would come with the women, when, as we knew well, there was no such person. Come on, Hans, while the mist still lies thick. It may lift at any moment, I added. Swiftly, desperately, we clambered onto the rock, dragging the dead woman after us. Staggering round the nearer fire with our awful burden, we arrived with it behind the post. It seemed to take an age. Here, by the mercy of Providence, the smoky reek from the fire, propelled by a slight breath of air, combined with the hanging fog to make us almost invisible. On the farther side of the post stood Sabila, bound, her head drooping forward as though she were fainting. Hans swore that it was Sibylla because he knew her by her smell, which was just like him, but I could not be sure, being less gifted in that way. However, I risked it and spoke to her, though doubtfully, for I did not like the look of her. To tell the truth, I rather feared lest she should have acted on her threat that as a last resource she would take the poison which she said she carried hidden in her hair. Sibylla, do not start or cry out. Sibylla, it is we, the Lord Watcher by night, and he who is named Light in Darkness, come to save you, I said, and waited anxiously, wondering whether I should ever hear an answer. Presently I gave a sigh of relief, for she moved her head slightly and murmured, I dream, I dream. Nay, I answered, you do not dream, or if you do, cease from dreaming, lest we should all sleep forever. Then I crept round the post and bade her tell me where was the knot by which the rope about her was fastened. She nodded downwards with her head. With her hands she could not point because they were tied, and muttered in a shaken voice, At my feet, Lord. I knelt down and found the knot, since if I cut the rope we should have nothing with which to tie the body to the post. Fortunately, it was not drawn tight, because this was thought unnecessary, as no holy bride had ever been known to attempt to escape. Therefore, although my hands were cold, I was able to loose it without much difficulty. A minute later, Sibylla was free, and I had cut the lashings which bound her arms. Next came a more difficult matter, that of setting the dead woman in her place, for being dead, all her weight came upon the rope. However, Hans and I managed it somehow, having first thrown Sibylla's cloak and veil over her icy form and face. Hope Heu-Heu will think her nice, whispered Hans, as we cast an anxious look at our handiwork. Then, all being done, we retreated as we had come, bending low to keep our bodies in the layer of the mist, which now was thinning, and hung only about 3 feet above the ground, like an autumn fog on an English marsh. We reached our hole, Hans bundling Sibylla over its edge unceremoniously, so that she fell onto the back of her sister, Dramana, who crouched in it terrified. Never, I think, did two tragically separated relations have a stranger meeting. I was the last of our party, and as I was sliding into the hollow, I took a good look round. This is what I saw. Out of the mouth of the cave emerged 2 priests. They ran swiftly up the gentle slope of rock till they reached the 2 columns of burning natural gas, or petroleum, or whatever it was, one of them halting by each column. Here they wheeled round and through the holes in their masks or veils stared at the victim bound to the post. Apparently what they saw satisfied them, for after one glance they wheeled about and ran back to the cave as swiftly as they had come, but in a methodical manner which showed no surprise or emotion. What does this mean, Dramana? I exclaimed. You told me that it was against the law for anyone to look upon the holy bride until the moment of sunrise. I don't know, Lord, she answered. Certainly it is against the law. I suppose that the diviners must have felt that something was wrong and sent out messengers to report. As I have told you, the priests of Heu-Heu are masters of magic, Lord. Then they are bad masters, for they have found out nothing, I remarked indifferently. But in my heart I was more thankful than words can tell that I had persisted in the idea of lashing the dead woman to the post in place of Sibylla. Whilst we were dragging her from the shed, and again when we were lifting her out of the hole onto the rock, Hans had suggested that this was unnecessary, since Dramana vowed that no man ever looked upon the holy bride between her arrival upon the rock and the moment of sunrise, and that all we needed to do was to loose Sibylla. Fortunately, some providence warned me against giving way. Had I done so, all would have been discovered, and humanly speaking, we must have perished. Probably this would have happened even had I not remembered to run back and pick up the pieces of cord that I had cut from Sibylla's wrists and left lying on the rock, since the messengers might have seen them and guessed a trick. As it was, so far we were safe. Now, Hans, I said, the time has come for you to swim to the canoe, which you must do quickly, for the mist seems to be melting beneath the moon, and otherwise you may be seen. No, Baas, I shall not be seen, for I shall put that bundle from the tree of dreams on my head, which will make me look like floating weeds, Baas. But would not the Baas like, perhaps, to go himself? He swims better than I do, and does not mind cold so much. Also, he is clever, and the Wallu fools in the boat will listen to him more than they will to me. And if it comes to shooting, he is a better shot. I think, too, that I can look after the Lady Sabila and the other lady, and know how to fire a slow match as well as he can. No, I answered. It is too late to change our plans, though I wish I were going to get into that boat instead of you, for I should feel happier there. Very good, Baas. The Baas knows best, he replied resignedly. Then, quite indifferent to conventions, Hans stripped himself, placing his dirty clothes inside the mat in which was wrapped the bundle of twigs from the Tree of Illusions, because, as he said, it would be nice to have dry things to put on when he reached the boat or the next world. He did not know which. These preparations made, having fastened the bundle onto his head by the help of the bonds which we had cut off Sabila's hands, that I tied for him beneath his armpits, he started, shivering, a hideous, shriveled, yellow object. First, however, he kissed my hand and asked me whether I had any message for my reverend father in the place of fires, where, he remarked, it would be, at any rate, warmer than it was here. Also, he declared that he thought that the Lady Sabila was not worth all the trouble we were taking about her, especially as she was going to marry someone else. Lastly, he said with emphasis that if ever we got out of this country, he intended to get drunk for 2 whole days at the first town we came to where gin could be bought, a promise, I remember, that he kept very faithfully. Then he sneaked down the side of the rock and, holding his revolver and little buckskin cartridge case above his head, glided into the water as silently as does an otter. By now, as I have said, the mist was vanishing rapidly, perhaps before a draught of air which drew out of the east, as I have noticed it often does in those parts of Africa between midnight and sunrise, even on still nights. On the face of the water it still hung, however, so that through it I could only discover the faint outline of the canoe about 100 yards away. Presently, with a beating heart, I observed that something was happening there, since the canoe seemed to turn round, and I thought that I heard astonished voices speaking in it, and saw people standing up. Then there was a splash, and once more all became still and silent. Evidently Hans reached the boat safely, though whether he had entered it I could not tell. I could only wonder and hope. As we could do no good by remaining in our present most dangerous position, I set out to return to the sluice shed where other matters pressed, carrying all our gear as before, but thank goodness, without the encumbrance of the corpse. Sabila seemed to be still half-dazed, so at present I did not try to question her. Dramana took her left arm, and I her right, and supporting her thus, we ran, doubled up, back to the shed, and entered it in safety. Leaving the 2 women here, I went out onto the little pier and crouched at the top of the fisherman's steps, watching and waiting for the coming of Hans with the canoe to take us off, for, as you may remember, the arrangement was that I was not to fire the slow matches until it had arrived. No canoe appeared. During all the long hours, they seemed an eternity, before the breaking of the dawn did I wait and watch, returning now and again to the shed to make sure that Dramana and Sabila were safe. On one of these visits, I learned that both her father, the Wallu, and Issachar were in the canoe, which made its non-arrival not to be explained, that is, if Hans had reached it safely. But if he had not, or perhaps had been killed, or met with some other accident in attempting to board it, then the explanation was easy enough, as her crew would not know our plight, or that we were waiting to be rescued. Lastly, they might have refused to make the attempt for religious reasons. The problem was agonizing. Before long there would be light, and without doubt we should be discovered and killed, perhaps by torture. On the other hand, if I fired the powder, the noise of the explosion would probably be heard, in which case also we should be discovered. Yet there was an argument for doing this, since then, if things went well, the water would rush in and give those priests something to think about that would take their minds off hunting for and capturing us. I looked about me. The canoe was invisible in the mist. It might be there or it might be gone. Only if it had gone and Hans was still alive, I was certain that, as arranged, to advise me he would have fired his pistol, which, to keep the cartridges dry, he had carried above his head in his left hand. Indeed, I thought it probable that, rather than desert me thus, he would have swum back to the island so that we might see the business through together. The longer I pondered all these and other possibilities, the more confused I grew and the more despairing. Evidently something had happened, but what? What? The water continued to rise. Now all the steps were covered, and it was within an inch or two of the surface of the pier on which I must crouch. It was a mighty flood that looked as though presently it would begin to flow over the top of the sea wall, in which case the sluice shed would undoubtedly be inundated and made uninhabitable. As I think I told you, a few yards to our right, rising above the top of the sea wall to a height of 7 or 8 feet, was a great rock that had the appearance of a boulder ejected at some time from the crater of the volcano, which rock would be easy to climb and was large enough to accommodate the three of us. Moreover, no flood could reach its top, since to do so it must cover the land beyond to a depth of many feet. Considering it and everything else, suddenly I came to a conclusion, so suddenly indeed, and so fixedly, that I felt as though it were inspired by some outside influence. I would bring the women out and make them lie down upon the top of that boulder, trusting to Dramana's dark cloak to hide them from observation, even in that brilliant moonlight. Then I would return to the shed and set light to the match, and after I had done this, join them upon the rock whence we could see all that happened, and watch for the canoe, though of this I had begun to despair. Abandoning all doubts and hesitations, I set to work to carry out this scheme with cold yet frantic energy. I fetched the two sisters, who, imagining that relief was in sight, came readily enough, made them clamber up the rock and lie down there on their faces, throwing Dramana's large dark cloak over both of them and our belongings. Then I went back to the shed, struck a light, and applied it to the ends of the slow matches, that began to smoulder well and clearly. Rushing from the shed, I locked the heavy door and sped back to the rock, which I climbed. 5 minutes passed, and just as I was beginning to think that the matches had failed in some way, I heard a heavy thud. It was not very loud. Indeed, at a distance of even 50 yards, I doubted whether anyone would have noticed it, unless his attention were on the strain. That shed was well built and roofed and smothered sounds. Also, this one had nothing of the crack of a rifle about it, but rather resembled that which is caused by something heavy falling to the ground. After this, for a while, nothing particular happened. Presently, however, looking down from my rock, I saw that the water in the sluice, which, being retained by the stone door in the shed, hitherto had been still, was now running like a mill race, and with a thrill of triumph learned that I had succeeded. The sluice was down and the flood was rushing over it. Watching intently, a minute or so later, I observed a stone fall from the coping of the channel, for it was full to the brim, then another and another, till presently the whole work seemed to melt away. Where it had been was now a great and ever-growing gap in the sea wall through which the swollen waters of the lake poured ceaselessly and increasingly. Next instant, the shed vanished like a card-house, its foundations being washed out, and I perceived that over its site and beyond it, a veritable river, on the face of which floated portions of its roof, was fast inundating the low-lying lands behind that had been protected by the wall. I looked at the east. It was lightning, for now the blackness of the sky, where it seemed to meet the great lake, had turned to grey. The dawn was at hand. With a steady roar, through the gap in the sea wall, which grew wider every moment, the waters rushed in, remorseless, inexhaustible. The aspect of them was terrifying. Now our rock was a little island surrounded by a sea, and now in the east appeared the first ray from the unrisen sun, stabbing the rain-washed sky like a giant spear. It was a wondrous spectacle, and thinking that probably it was the last I should ever witness upon earth, I observed it with great interest. By this time the women at my side were sobbing with terror, believing that they were going to be drowned. as I was of the same opinion, for I felt our rock trembling beneath us as though it were about to turn over or, washed from its foundations, to sink into some bottomless gulf, and could do nothing to help them. I pretended to take no notice of their terror, but only stared towards the east. It was just then that, emerging out of the mist on the face of the waters within a few yards of us, I saw the canoe. Hear the sound of the paddles I could not, because of the roar of the rushing water. In it at the stern, with his pistol held to the head of the steersman, stood Hans. I rose up, and he saw me. Then I made signs to him which way he should come, keeping the canoe straight over the crest of the broken wall where the water was shallow. It was a dangerous business, for every moment I thought it would overset or be sucked into the torrent beyond, where the sluice channel had been. But those Walloos were clever with their paddles, and Hans's pistol gave them much encouragement. Now the prow of the canoe grated against the rock, and Hans, who had scrambled forward, threw me a rope. I held it with one hand, and with the other thrust down the shrinking women. He seized them and bundled them into the canoe like sacks of corn. Next I threw in our gear and then sprang wildly myself, for I felt our stone turning. I half fell into the water, but Hans and someone else gripped me, and I was dragged in over the gunwale. Another instant, and the rock had vanished beneath the yellow, yeasty flood. The canoe oscillated and began to spin round. Happily it was large and strong, with at least a score of rowers, being hollowed from a single huge tree. Hans shrieked directions, and the paddlers paddled as never they had done before. For quite a minute our fate hung doubtful, for the torrent was sucking at us, and we did not seem to gain an inch. At last, however, we moved forward a little, towards the rock of sacrifice this time, and within 60 seconds were safe and out of the reach of the landward rush of the water. "Why did you not come before, Hans?" I asked. "Oh, Baas, because these fools would not move until they saw the first light, and when the Walloo and Issachar wanted to, told them that they would kill them. They said it was against their law, Baas." "Curse them all for 10 generations," I exclaimed, then was silent. For what was the use of arguing with such a superstition-ridden set? Superstition is still king of most of the world, though often it calls itself religion. These Walloos thought themselves very religious indeed. Thus ended that terrible night. Chapter 14. The end of Heu-Heu. Opposite to the rock of offering, the canoe came to a standstill quite close to the edge of the rock. I inquired why, and the old Walloo, who sat in the middle of the boat draped in wondrous and imperial garments and a headdress that, having worked itself to one side in the course of our struggles, made him look as though he were drunk, answered feebly, "Because it is our law, Lord. Our law bids us wait till the sun appears, and the glory of Heu-Heu comes forth to take the holy bride." "Well," I answered, "as the holy bride is sitting in this boat with her head upon my knee." This was true, because Sabila had insisted upon sticking to me as the only person upon whom she could rely, and so, for the matter of that, had Dramana, for her head was on my other knee. I should recommend the glory of Heu-Heu, whatever that may be, not to come here to look for her. Unless, indeed, it wants a hole as big as my fist blown through it, I added with emphasis, tapping my double-barreled express, which was by my side, safe in its waterproof case. "Yet we must wait, Lord," answered the Walloo humbly, "for I see that there is still a holy bride tied to the post, and until she is loosed, our law says that we may not go away." "Yes," I exclaimed, "the holiest of all brides, for she is stone dead, and all the dead are holy. Well, wait if you like, for I want to see what happens, and I think they can't get at us here." So we hung upon our oars, or rather paddles, and waited, till presently the rim of the red sun appeared and revealed the strangest of scenes. The water of the lake, swollen by weeks of continuous rain and the recent tempest, flowing in with a steady rush that somehow reminded me of the ordered advance of an infinite army, through the great gap in the lake wall that was broadening minute by minute beneath its devouring bite. Is there anything so mighty as water in the world, I wonder, had now flooded most of the cultivated land to a depth of several feet. As yet, however, it had not reached the houses built against the mountain, in one of which we had been lodged. nor had it overflowed the great rock of offering, which, you will remember, stood about the height of a man above the level of the plain, being in fact a large slab of consolidated lava that once had flowed from the crater into the lake in a glacier-like stream of limited breadth. It is true that the circumstance that the rock sloped downwards to the cave mouth seemed to contradict that theory, but this I attribute to some subsequent subsidence at its base, such as often happens in volcanic areas where hidden forces are at work beneath the surface of the earth. Well, I repeat, the rock was not yet flooded, and so it came about that at the proper moment, as had happened on this day, perhaps for hundreds of years. How could he do that? Asked Good triumphantly, thinking, I suppose, that he had caught Allan tripping. You said that Heu-Heu was a statue, so how could he come out of the cave? Does not it occur to you, Good, asked Allan, that a statue is sometimes carried? However, in this case it was not so, for Heu-Heu himself walked out of that cave, followed by a number of women with some of the hairy folk behind them, and looking at him as he stalked along, hideous and gigantic, I understood two things. The first of these was how it came about that Sabila had vowed to me that many had seen Heu-Heu with their eyes, as Issachar also declared he had done himself, walking stiffly. The second, why it was a law that the canoe which brought the holy bride should wait until she was removed at dawn, namely, in order that those in it might behold Heu-Heu and go back to their land to testify to his bodily existence, even if they were not allowed to give details as to his appearance, because to speak of this would, they believed, bring a curse upon them. But there wasn't a Heu-Heu, objected Good again. Good, said Allan. Really you are what Hans called me. Quite clever. With extraordinary acumen, you have arrived at the truth. There wasn't a Heu-Heu. But Good, if you live long enough, he went on with a gentle sarcasm which showed that he was annoyed. Yes, if you live long enough, you will learn that this world is full of deceptions, and that the tree of illusions does not, or rather did not, grow only in Heu-Heu's garden. As you say, no Heu-Heu existed, but there did exist an excellent copy of him made up with a skill worthy of a high-class pantomime artist. So excellent indeed that from 50 yards or so away it was impossible to tell the difference between it and the great original as depicted in the cave. There in all his hairy, grinning horror, walking stiffly, marched Heu-Heu, 11 or 12 feet high. Or to come to the facts, there marched Dacha on stilts, artistically draped in dyed skins, and wearing on the top of or over his head a wickerwork and canvas or cloth mask beautifully painted to resemble the features of his amiable god. The pious crew of our boat saw him and bowed their classic heads in reverence to the divinity. Even Issachar bowed, a performance that I observed caused Dramana, yes, and the loving Sabila herself, to favour him with glances of indignation, not unmixed with contempt. At least this was certainly the case with Dramana, who had lived behind the scenes, but Sabila may have been moved by other reflections. Perhaps she still believed that there was a Heu-Heu, and that Issachar would have done better to show himself less devoted to these religious observances, and less willing to surrender to the god's divine attentions. You may all have noticed that however piously disposed, there is a point at which the majority of women become very practical indeed. Meanwhile, Heu-Heu stalked forward with a gait that might very literally be called stilted, and the bevy of white-robed ladies followed after him, apparently singing a bridal song, while behind these, moping and mowing, came their hairy attendants. By the aid of my glasses, however, I could see that these ladies, at any rate, were not enjoying the entertainment, whatever may have been the case with Dacha inside his pasteboards. They stared at the rising water, and one of them turned to run, but was dragged back into place by her companions, for probably on this solemn occasion flight was a capital offence. So on they came till they reached the post to which we had tied the dead woman, whereon, according to custom, the bridesmaids skipped up to release her, while the hairy folk ranged themselves behind. Next moment I saw the first of these bridesmaids suddenly stand still and stare. Then she emitted a yell so terrific that it echoed all over the lake like the blast of a siren. The others stared also, and in their turn began to yell. Then Heu-Heu himself ambled round, and apparently had a look, a good look, for by now someone had torn away the veil which I had thrown over the corpse's head. He did not look long, for next moment he was legging, or rather stilting, back to the cave as fast as he could go. This was too much for me. By my side was my double-barreled express rifle, loaded with expanding bullets. I drew it from its case, lifted it, and got a bead onto Heu-Heu, just above where I guessed the head of the man within would be, for I did not want to kill the brute, but only to frighten him. By now the light was good, and so was my aim. For a moment later the expanding bullet hit in the appointed spot and cleared away all that top hamper of wicker and baboon skins, or whatever it may have been. Never before was there such a sudden disrobement of an ecclesiastical dignitary draped in all his trappings. Everything seemed to come off at once, as did Dacia from the stilts, for he went a most imperial crowner that must have flattened his hooked nose upon that lava rock. There he lay a moment. Then, leaving his stilts behind him, he rose and fled after the screaming women and their ape-like attendants back into the cave. "Now," I remarked oracularly to the old Waloo and the others, who were terrified at the report of the rifle, "now, my friends, you see what your god is made of." The Waloo attempted no reply. Apparently he was too astonished. Disillusionment is often painful, you know, but one of his company, who seemed to be a kind of official timekeeper, said that the sun being up and the holy bridal being accomplished, though strangely, it was lawful for them to return home. "No, you don't," I answered. "I have waited here a long time for you, and now you shall wait a little while for me, as I want to see what happens." The timekeeper, however, a man of routine, if one devoid of curiosity, dipped his paddle into the water as a signal to the other rowers to do likewise, whereon Hans hit him hard over the fingers with the butt of his revolver and then held its barrel to his head. This argument convinced him that obedience was best, and he drew in his paddle, as did the others, making polite apologies to Hans. So we remained where we were and watched. There was lots to see, for by now the water was beginning to run over the rock. It reached the eternal fires with the result that they ceased to be eternal, for they went out in clouds of smoke and steam. 3 minutes later, it was pouring in a cataract down the slope into the mouth of the cave. Before I could count 100, people began to come out of that cave in the greatest of hurries, as wasps do if you stir up their nest with a stick. Among them I recognized Dacre, who had a very good idea of looking after himself. He and the first of those who followed, wading through the water, got clear and began to scramble up the mountainside behind. But the rest were not so fortunate, for by now the stream was several feet deep, and they could not fight it. For a moment they appeared struggling amid the foam and bubbles. Then they were swept back into the mouth of the cave and gathered to the breast of Heu-Heu for the last time. Next, as though at a signal, all the houses, including that in which we had been lodged, crumbled away together. They just collapsed and vanished. Everything seemed finished, and I wondered whether I would put a bullet into Dacia, who now was standing on a ridge of rock and wringing his hands as he watched the destruction of his temple, his god, his town, his women, and his servants. Concluding that I would not, for something seemed to tell me to leave this wicked rascal to destiny, I was about to give the order to paddle away when Hans called to me to look at the mountain top. I did so, and observed that from it was rushing a great cloud of steam, such as comes from a railway engine when it is standing still with too much heat in its boiler, but multiplied 1,000,000-fold. Moreover, as the engine screams in such circumstances, so did the mountain scream, or rather roar, emitting a volume of sound that was awful to hear. "What's up now, Hans?" I shouted. "Don't know, Baas. Think that water and fire are having a talk together inside that mountain, Baas, and saying they hate each other, just like badly married man and woman who quarrel in a small hut, Baas, and can't get out. Hiss, spit, go woman, pop, bang, go man." Here he paused from his nonsense, staring at the mountain top with all his eyes, then repeated in a slow voice, "Yes, pop, bang, go man. Just look at him, Baas." At this moment, with an amazing noise like to that of a magnified thunderclap, The volcano seemed to split in two, and the crest of it to fly off into space. "Baas," said Hans, "I am called Lord of the Fire, am I not?" "Well, I am not lord of that fire, and I think that the farther off we get from it, the safer we shall be. Alamakta. Look there!" And he pointed to a huge mass of flaming lava which appeared to descend from the clouds and plunge into the lake about a couple of 100 yards away, sending up a fountain of steam and foam like a torpedo when it bursts. "Paddle for your lives," I shouted to the Walloos, who began to get the canoe about in a very great hurry. As she came round, it seemed to take an age, I saw a strange and, in a way, a terrible sight. Dacre had left his ledge and was running down into the lake, followed by a stream of molten lava, dancing while he ran, as though with pain, probably because the steam had scorched him. He plunged into the water, and just then a great wave formed, driven outwards doubtless by some subterranean explosion. It rushed towards us, and on its very crest was Dacre. "I think that priest wants us to give him a row, Baas," said Hans. "He has had enough of his happy island home and wishes to live on the mainland." "Does he?" I replied. "Well, there is no room in the canoe," and I drew my pistol. The wave bore Dacre quite close to us. He reared himself in the water, or more probably was lifted up by the pressure underneath, so that almost he appeared to be standing on the crest of the wave. He saw us, he shouted curses upon us, and shook his fists, apparently at Sabila and Issachar. It was a horrible sight. Hans, however, was not affected, for by way of reply he pointed first to me, then to Sabila, and lastly to himself, after which, such was his unconquerable vulgarity, he put his thumb to his nose, and, as schoolboys say, cocked a snook at the struggling high priest. The wave became a hollow, and Dacre disappeared to look for Heu-Heu, as Hans remarked. That was the end of this cruel but able man. "I am glad," said Hans, after reflection, "that the predicant Dacre should have learned who sent him down to Heu-Heu before he went there, which he knew well enough, or he would not have been so cross, Baas. Has it occurred to the Baas what clever people we are, all of whose plans have succeeded so nicely? At one time I thought that things were going wrong. It was after I scrambled into this canoe, and those fools would not move to fetch you and the women, because they said it was against their law. While I was putting on my clothes, which got here quite dry because I was so careful, Baas, for I had asked them to paddle to fetch you while I was still naked, and been told that they would not, I wondered whether I should try to make them do so by shooting one of them. Only I thought that I had better wait a while, Baas, and see what happened, because if I had shot one, the others might have become more stupid and obstinate than before, and perhaps have paddled away after they had killed me. So I waited, which the Baas will admit was the best thing to do, and everything came right in the end, having doubtless been arranged by your reverend father, watching us in the sky. Yes, Hans, but if you had made up your mind otherwise, whom would you have shot? I asked. The Walloo? No, Baas, because he is old and stupid as a dead owl. I should have shot Issachar because he tires me so much, and I should like to save the Lady Sabila from being made weary for many years. What is the good of a man, Baas, who, when he thinks his girl is being given over to a devil, sits in a boat and groans and says that ancient laws must not be broken lest a curse should follow? He did that, Baas, when I asked him to order the men to row to the steps. I don't know, Hans. It is a matter for them to settle between them, isn't it? Yes, Baas, and when the lady has got her mind again, and at last that hour comes, as it always does when there is something to pay, Baas, I shall be sorry for Issachar, for I don't think he will look so pretty when she is done with him. No, I think that when he says, kiss, kiss, she will answer, smack, smack, on both sides of his head. Baas. Look, she has turned her back on him already. Well, Baas, it doesn't matter to me or to you either, who have the Lady Dramana there to deal with. She isn't turning her back, Baas. She is eating you up with her eyes and saying in her heart that at last she has found a Heu-Heu worth something, even though he be small and withered and ugly, with hair that sticks up. It is what is in a man that matters, Baas. not what he looks like outside, as women often used to say to me when I was young, Baas. Here, with an exclamation that I need not repeat, for none of us really like to have our personal appearance reflected upon by a candid friend, however faithful, I lifted the butt of my rifle, purposing to drop it gently on Hans's toes. At that point, however, my attention was diverted from this rubbish, which was Hans's way of showing his joy at our escape, by another blazing boulder which fell quite near to the canoe, and immediately afterwards by the terrific spectacle of the final dissolution of the volcano. I don't know exactly what happened, but sheets of wavering flame and clouds of steam ascended high into the heavens. These were accompanied by earth-shaking rumblings and awful explosions that resounded like the loudest thunder, each of them followed by the ejection of showers of blazing stones and the rushing out of torrents of molten lava which ran into the lake, making it hiss and boil. After this came tidal waves that caused our canoe to rock perilously, dense clouds of ashes and a kind of hot rain which darkened the air so much that for a while we could see nothing. No, not for a yard before our noses. Altogether, it was a most terrifying exhibition of the forces of nature, which, by some connection of ideas, made me think of the day of judgment. Heu-Heu avenges himself upon us, wailed the old Wallu, because we have robbed him of his holy bride. Here his speech came to an end, for a good reason, since a large hot stone fell upon his head and, as Hans, who was next to him, explained through the fog, squashed him like a beetle. When from the outcry of his followers, Sabila realized that her father was dead, for he never moved or spoke again, she seemed to wake up in good earnest, just as though she felt that the mantle of authority had fallen upon her. "Throw that hot coal out of the boat," she said, "lest it burn through the bottom and we sink." With the help of a paddle, Issachar obeyed her, and, the body of the Wallu having been covered up with a cloak, we rowed on desperately. By good fortune, about this time, a strong wind began to blow from the shore towards the island, which kept back or drove away the hot rain and pumice dust, so that we could once more see about us. Now our only danger was from the rocks, such as that which had killed the Wallu, that fell into the water all around, sending up spouts of foam. It was just as though we were under heavy bombardment, but happily no more of them hit the canoe, and as we got farther off the island, the risk became less. As we found afterwards, however, some of them were thrown as far as the mainland. Still, there was one more peril to be passed, for suddenly we ran into a whole fleet of rude canoes, or rather bundles of reeds and brushwood, or sometimes logs sharpened at both ends by fire, on each of which one of the hairy savages sat astride, directing it with a double-bladed paddle. I presume that these people must have been a contingent of the aboriginal woodfolk who had started for the island in obedience to the summons of Heu-Heu, where, as I have told, a great number of them were already gathered preparatory to attacking the town of Wallu. Or they may have been escaping from the island. Really, I do not know. One thing was clear. However low they may have been in the scale of humanity, they were sharp enough to connect us with the awful, natural catastrophe that was happening, for squeaking and jabbering like so many great apes, they pointed to that vision of hell, the flaming volcano now sinking to dissolution, and to us. Then, with their horrible yells of "Heu-Heu! Heu-Heu!" they set to work to attack us. There was only one thing to be done: open fire on them, which Hans and I did with effect, and meanwhile try to escape by our superior speed. I am bound to say that those hideous and miserable creatures showed the greatest courage, for undeterred by the sight of the death of their companions whom our bullets struck, they tried to close upon us with the object, no doubt, of oversetting the canoe and drowning us all. Hans and I fired as rapidly as possible, but we could deal with only a tithe of them, so that speed and manoeuvring were our principal hope. Sabila stood up in the boat and cried directions to the paddlers, while Hans and I shot, first with rifles and then with our revolvers. Still, one huge gorilla-like fellow, whose hair grew down to his beetling eyebrows, got hold of the gunwale and began to pull the canoe over. We could not shoot him because both rifles and revolvers were empty, nor did our blows make him loose his grip. The canoe rocked from side to side increasingly and began to take in water. Just as I feared that the end had come, for more hairy men were almost onto us, Sabila saved the situation in a bold and desperate fashion. By her side lay the broad spear of that priest whom Hans had killed in the sluice shed, knocking him backwards into the water pit. She seized it, and with amazing strength stabbed the great beast-like creature who had hold of the canoe and was putting all his weight on it to force the gunwale under water. He let go and sank. By skillful steering we avoided the others, and in 3 minutes were clear of them, since they could not keep pace with us on their rude craft. "Plenty to do tonight, Baas," soliloquized Hans, wiping his brow. "Perhaps if a crocodile does not swallow us between here and the shore, or these fools do not sacrifice us to the ghost of Heu-Heu, or we are not killed by lightning, the Baas will let me drink some of that native beer when we get back to the town. All this fire about has made me very thirsty." Well, we arrived there at last. A generation seemed to have passed since I left that quay, which we found crowded with the entire terror-stricken population of the place. They received the body of the Wallu in respectful silence, but it seemed to me without any particular grief. Indeed, these people appeared to have outworn the acuter human emotions. All such extremes, I suppose, had been smoothed away from their characters by time and by the degrading action of the vile fetishism under which they lived. In short, they had become mere handsome, human automata who walked about with their ears cocked, listening for the voice of the god and catching it in every natural sound. To tell the truth, however interesting may have been their origin, in their decadence they filled me with contempt. The reappearance of Sabila astonished them very much, but seemed to cause no delight. "She is the god's wife," I heard one of them say. "It is because she has run away from the god that all these misfortunes have happened." She heard it also and rounded on them with spirit, having by now quite recovered her nerve, or so it seemed, which is more than could be said of Issachar, who, although he should have been wild with joy, remained depressed and almost silent. "What misfortunes?" she asked. "My father is dead, it is true, killed by a hot stone that fell upon him, and I weep for him. Still, he was a very old man who must soon have passed away. For the rest, is it a misfortune that through the courage and power of these strangers, I, his daughter and heiress, have been freed from the clutches of Dacha? I tell you that Dacha was the god. Heu-Heu, whom you worship, was but a painted idol. If you do not believe it, ask the White Lord here, and ask my sister Dramana, whom you seem to have forgotten, who in past years was given to him as a holy bride. Is it a misfortune that Dacha and his priests have been destroyed, and with him the most of the savage hairy wood folk, our enemies? Is it a misfortune that the hateful smoking mountain should have melted away in fire, as it is doing now, and with it the cave of mysteries, out of which came so many oracles of terror, thus fulfilling the prophecy that we should be delivered from our burdens by a white lord from the south?" At these vigorous words, the frightened crowd grew silent and hung their heads. Sabila looked about her for a little while, then went on. "Issachar, my betrothed, come forward and tell the people you rejoice that these things have happened. To save me from Heu-Heu, at my prayer, you travelled far to ask succor of the great magician of the south. He has sent the succor, and I have been saved. Yet you helped to row the boat which took me to the sacrifice. For that I do not blame you, because you must do so, being of the rank you are, or be cursed under the ancient law. Now I have been saved, though not by you, who, thinking the White Lord dead upon the Holy Isle, consented to my surrender to the god, and the law is at an end with the destruction of Heu-Heu and his priests, slain by the wisdom and might of that White Lord and his companion. Tell them, therefore, how greatly you rejoice that you have not journeyed in vain, and they did not listen in vain to your petition for help, that I stand before them here also free and undefiled, and that henceforth the land is rid of the curse of Heu-Heu. Yes, tell the people these things, and give thanks to the noble-hearted strangers who brought them to pass and saved me with Dramana, my sister." Now tired out as I was, I watched Issachar not without excitement, for I was curious to hear what he had to say. Well, after a pause, he came forward and answered in a hesitating voice, "I do rejoice, beloved, that you have returned safe, though I hoped when I led the White Lord from the south that he would have saved you in some fashion other than by working sacrilege and killing the priests of the god with fire and water, men who from the beginning have been known to be divine. You, the Lady Sabila, declare that Heu-Heu is dead, but how know we that he is dead? He is a spirit, and can a spirit die? Was it a dead god who threw the stone that killed the Waloo? And will he not perhaps throw other stones that will kill us, and especially you, lady, who have stood upon the rock of offerings, wearing the robe of the holy bride? Bas, inquired Hans reflectively, in the silence which followed these timorous queries. Do you think that Issachar is really a man, or is he in truth but made of wood and painted to look like one, as Dacha was painted to look like Heu-Heu? I thought that he was a man yonder in the black kloof, Hans, I answered, but then he was a long way off Heu-Heu. Now I am not so sure, but perhaps he is only very frightened and will come to himself by and by. Meanwhile, Sabila was looking her extremely handsome lover up and down. Up and down she looked him, and never a word did she say, at least to him. Presently, however, she spoke to the crowd in a commanding voice, thus, "Take notice that my father being dead, I am now the Waloo, and one to be obeyed. Go about your tasks, fearing nothing, since Heu-Heu is no more, and the most of the hairy folk are slain. I depart to rest, taking with me these, my guests and deliverers." And she pointed to me and Hans. "Afterwards I will talk with you, and with you also, my lord Issachar. Bear the late Waloo, my father, to the burial place of the Waloos." Then she turned and, followed by us and the members of her household, went to her home. Here she bade us farewell for a while, since we were all half dead with fatigue and sorely needed rest. As we parted, she took my hand and kissed it, thanking me with tears welling from her beautiful eyes for all that I had done, and Dramana did likewise. "How comes it, Bas," said Hans, as we ate food and drank of the native beer before we lay down to sleep, "that those ladies did not kiss my hand, seeing that I too have done something to help them?" "Because they were too tired, Hans," I answered, "and made one kiss serve for both of us." "I see, Bas, but I expect that tomorrow they will still be too tired to kiss poor old Hans." Then he filled the cup out of which he had been drinking with the last of the liquor from the jar and emptied it at a swallow. "There, Bas," he said, "that's only right. You may take all the kisses, so long as I get the beer." Exhausted as I was, I could not help laughing, although to tell the truth, I should have liked another glass myself. Then I tumbled onto the couch and instantly went to sleep. It is a fact that we slept all the rest of that day and all the following night, waking only when the first rays of the sun shone into our room through the window place. At least I did, for when I opened my eyes, feeling a different creature, and blessing heaven for its gift of sleep to man, Hans was already up and engaged in cleaning the rifles and revolvers. I looked at the ugly little Hottentot, reflecting how wonderful it was that so much courage, cunning, and fidelity should be packed away within his yellow skin and projecting skull. Had it not been for Hans, without a doubt I should now be dead, and the women also. It was he who had conceived the idea of letting down the sluice gate by exploding gunpowder beneath the pin of the lever. I had racked my brain for expedients, but this, the only one possible, escaped me. How tremendous had been the results of that inspiration, all of them due to Hans. Although certain ideas had occurred to me, the most that I had hoped to do was to flood the low-lying lands and perhaps the cave in order to divert the attention of the priests while we were attempting escape. As it was, we had loosed the forces of nature with the most fearful results. The water had run down the vent holes of the eternal fires and into the bowels of the volcano, there to generate steam in enormous volumes, of which the imprisoned strength had been so great that it had rent the mountain like a rotten rag and destroyed the home of Heu-Heu forever, and with it all his votaries. It was a fearful event in which I thought I saw the mind of Providence acting through Hans. Yes, the cunning of the Hottentot had been used by the powers above to sweep from the earth a vile tyranny and to destroy a blood-soaked idol and its worshippers. Without a doubt, or so I believe in my simple faith, this had been designed from the beginning. When some escaped follower of Heu-Heu painted the picture in the Bushman's cave, probably hundreds of years ago, it was already designed. So was Zicali's desire for a certain medicine, or his insatiable thirst for knowledge, or whatever it was that caused him to persuade me to undertake this mission, and so was all the rest of the story. Again, with what wonderful judgment Hans had acted after his brave swim to the canoe. Had he tried to force those fetish-ridden cravens to come to our rescue at once, as I directed him to do, the probability was that, fearing to break their silly law, they would have resisted, or perhaps have rowed right away, leaving us to our fate, after knocking him on the head with a paddle. But he had the patience to wait, although, as he told me afterwards, his heart was torn in two with anxiety for my sake. Balancing everything in his artful and experienced mind, he had found patience to wait until the conditions of their law were fulfilled, when they came willingly enough. From Hans, my thoughts turned to Issachar. How was it that this man's character had changed so completely since he arrived in his native country? His journey to seek aid, made alone over hundreds of miles, was a really remarkable performance, showing great courage and determination. Also, as a guide, although silent and abstracted, he had never lacked for resource or energy. But from the day that he arrived home, morally, he had gone to pieces. It was with the greatest difficulty that he could be persuaded to row us to the island, where at the first sign of danger he had left us to our fate and fled away. Again, he had meekly helped to conduct Sabila, whom, when he was at the Black Kloof, evidently he loved to desperation, to her doom without lifting a finger to save her from a hideous destiny. Lastly, only a few hours ago, he had made a pusillanimous and contemptible speech, which I could see shocked and disgusted his betrothed, who, for her part, after her rescue and the death of her father, seemed to have gained the courage that he had lost, and more. It was inexplicable, at any rate to me, and in my bewilderment I referred the problem to Hans. He listened while I set out the case as it appeared to me, then answered, "The Bast does not keep his eyes open, at any rate, in the daytime, when he thinks everything is safe. If he did, he would understand why Issachar has become soft as a heated bar of iron. What makes men soft, Bas?" "Love," I suggested. "Yes, at times love makes some men soft. I mean men like the Bas. And what else, Bas?" "Drink," I answered savagely, getting it back on Hans. "Yes, at times drink makes some men soft. Men like me, Bas, who know that now and again it is wise to cease from being wise, lest heaven should grow jealous of our wisdom and want to share it. But what makes all men soft? I don't know. Then once more I must teach the Bas, as his reverend father, the predicant, told me to do when I saw that the Bas had used up all his wits, saying to me before he died, 'Hans, whenever you perceive that my son Allan, who does not always look where he is going, walks into water and gets out of his depth, swim in and pull him out, Hans.'" "You little liar," I ejaculated, but taking no notice, Hans went on, "Bas, it is fear that makes all men soft. Issachar is bending about like a heated ramrod because within him burns the fire of fear." "Fear of what, Hans?" As I have said, if the Bas had kept his eyes open, he would know. Did not the Bas notice a tall, dark-faced priest before whom the crowd parted, who came up to Issachar when first we landed on the quay here? Yes, I saw such a man. He bowed politely, and I thought was greeting Issachar and making him some present. And did the Bas see what kind of a present he made him and hear his words of welcome? The Bas shakes his head. Well, I did. The present he gave to Issachar was a little skull carved out of black ivory or shell, or it may have been of polished lava rock, and the words of welcome were, "The gift of Heu-Heu to the Lord Issachar, that gift which Heu-Heu sends to all who break the law and dare to leave the land of the Walloos." Those were the words, for standing nearby, I heard them, though I kept them from the Bas, waiting to see what would happen afterwards. Then the priest went away, and what Issachar did with the little black skull I do not know. Perhaps he wears it round his neck, as he hasn't got a watch chain, just as the Bas used to wear things that ladies had given him, or their pictures in a little silver brandy flask. Well, and what about this skull, Hans? What does it mean? Baas, I made inquiries of an old man in that canoe to pass the time away, Baas, as Issachar was at the other end and could not hear me. It means death, Baas. Does not the Baas remember how we were told at the Black Kloof that those who dared to leave the land of Heu-Heu were always smitten with some sickness and died? Well, Baas, Issachar got out all right and left the sickness behind him, I expect, because the priest did not know that he was going. But he made a mistake, Baas, that of coming back again, being drawn by his love of Sabila, just as a fish is drawn by the bait on the hook, Baas. And now the hook is fast in his mouth, for the priests knew of his return well enough, Baas, and of course were waiting for him. What do you mean, Hans? How can the priests hurt Issachar, especially when they are all dead? Yes, Baas, they are all dead, and can harm no one. But Issachar is right when he says that Heu-Heu is not dead, because the devil never dies, Baas. His priests are dead, but still Heu-Heu could kill the old Wallu, and so he can kill Issachar. There is a great deal in this fetish business, Baas, that good Christians like you and I do not understand. It won't work on Christians, Baas, which is why Heu-Heu can't kill us, but those who worship the Black One. At last, the Black One takes by the throat. I thought to myself that here Hans, although he did not know it, was enunciating one of the profoundest and most fundamental of truths, since those who bow the knee to Baal are Baal's servants and live under his law, even to the death. And what is Baal but Heu-Heu, or Satan? The fruit is always the same by whatever name the tree may be called. However, I did not enter upon this argument with Hans, whom it would have bewildered, but only asked him what he meant and what he imagined was going to happen to Issachar. He answered, I mean just what I have said, Baas. I mean that Issachar is going to die. That old man told me that those who receive the black skull always die within the month, and often more quickly. From the look of him, I should think that Issachar will not last more than a week. Although so handsome, he is really very dull, Baas, so it does not much matter, especially as the Lady Sabila will get over it quite soon. That is why Issachar has changed, Baas. It is because the fear of death is on him. In the same way Sabila has changed, because the fear of death and what to her, perhaps, is worse, has passed away. Bosh, I exclaimed, but internally I had my doubts. I knew something of this fetish business. Although I believed it to be the greatest of rubbish, I was sure that it is extremely dangerous rubbish. The secret soul of man, especially of savage or primitive and untaught man, or the subconscious self, or whatever you choose to call it, is a terrible entity when brought into action by the hereditary superstitions that are born in his blood. In 9 cases out of 10, if the victim of those superstitions is told with the accustomed ceremonies by the oracle of the god or devil from which they flow that he will die, he does die. Nothing kills him, but he commits a kind of moral suicide. As Hans had said, fear makes him soft. Then some kind of nervous disease penetrates his system and at the appointed hour withers up his physical life and causes him to pass away. Such, as it proved, was to be the fate of that Apollo-like person, the unhappy Issachar. Chapter 15. Sabila's farewell. Now of this story there is little left to tell, and as it is very late and I see that you are all yawning, my friends. This was not true, for we were deeply interested, especially over the moral or spiritual problem of Issachar. I will cut that little as short as I can. It shall be a mere footnote. After we had eaten that morning, we went to see Sabila, whom we found very agitated. This was natural enough, considering all she had gone through, as after mental strain and the passing of great perils, a nervous reaction invariably follows. Also, in a sudden and terrible fashion, she had lost her father, to whom she was attached. But the real cause of her distress was different. Issachar, it seemed, had been taken very ill. Nobody knew what was the matter with him, but Sabila was persuaded that he had been poisoned. She begged me to visit him at once and cure him, a request that made me indignant. I explained to her that I was no authority on their native poisons, if he suffered from anything of the sort, and had few medicines with me, the only one of which that dealt with poisons was an antidote to snake bites. However, as she was very insistent, I said that I would go and see what I could do, which would probably be nothing. So, together with Hans, I was conducted by some of the old headmen, or councillors of the Wallu, such people as in Zululand we should call Indunaz, to the house of Issachar, a rather fine building of its sort at the other end of the town. We walked by the road that ran along the edge of the lake, which gave us an opportunity to observe the island, or rather what had been the island. Now it was nothing but a low, dark mass, over which hung dense clouds of steam. When the winds stirred these clouds, I saw that beneath them were red streams of lava that ran into the lake. There were no more eruptions, and the volcano appeared to have vanished away. Much dust was still falling. It lay thick upon the roadway, and all the trees and other vegetation were covered with it, turning the landscape to a hue of ashen grey. Otherwise, no damage had been done on the mainland, except that here and there boulders had fallen, and some of the lower-lying fields were inundated by the great flood, which was now abating, although the river still overflowed its banks. We reached the house of Issachar, and were shown into his chamber, where he lay upon a couch of skins, attended by some women who, I understood, were his relatives. When Hans and I entered, these women bowed and went out, leaving us alone with the patient. A glance told me that he was a dying man. His fine eyes were fixed on vacancy. He breathed in gasps, his fingers clasped and unclasped themselves automatically, and from time to time he was taken with violent shiverings. These I thought must be due to some form of fever, until I had tested his temperature with the thermometer I had in my little medicine case, and found that it was 2 degrees below normal. On being questioned, he said that he had no pain and suffered only from great weakness and from a whirling of the head, by which I suppose he meant giddiness. I asked him to what he attributed his condition. He answered, "To the curse of Heu-Heu, Lord Macumazahn. Heu-Heu is killing me." I inquired why, for to argue about the folly of the business was futile, and he replied, "For 2 reasons, Lord. First, because I left the land without his leave, and secondly, because I rode you and the yellow man called Light in Darkness to the Holy Isle, to visit which unsummoned is the greatest of crimes. For this cause I must die more quickly than otherwise I should have done, but in any case my doom was certain, because I left the land to seek help for Sabila. Here is the proof of it." And from somewhere about his person he produced the little black death's head which Hans had described to me. Then, without allowing me to touch the horrid thing, he hid it away again. I tried to laugh him out of this idea, but he only smiled sadly and said, "I know that you must have thought me a coward, Lord, because of the way I have borne myself since we reached this town of Wallu, but it was the curse of Heu-Heu working within me that changed my spirit. I pray you to explain this to Sabila, whom I love, but who I think also believes me a coward, for yesterday I read it in her eyes. Now, while I have still strength, I would speak to you. First, I thank you, and the yellow man, Light in Darkness, who by courage or by magic, I know not which, have saved Sabila from Heu-Heu, and have destroyed his house and his priests, and I am told, his image. Heu-Heu, it is true, lives on since he cannot die, but henceforward here he is without a home or a shape or a worshipper, and therefore his power over the souls and bodies of men is gone, and, among the Wallus, in time his worship will die out. Perhaps no more of my people will perish by the curse of Heu-Heu, Lord." "But why should you die, Issachar?" "Because the curse fell on me first, Lord, while Heu-Heu reigned over the Wallus, as he has done from the beginning, he who was once their earthly king." I began to combat this nonsense, but he waved his hand in protest and went on, "Lord, my time is short, and I would say something to you. Soon I shall be no more and forgotten, even by Sabila, whose husband I had hoped to become. I pray, therefore, that you will marry Sabila." Here I gasped, but held my peace till he had finished. "Already I have caused her to be informed that such is my last wish. Also I have caused all the elders of the Wallus to be informed, and at a meeting held this morning they decided that this marriage would be right and wise, and have sent a messenger to tell me to die as quickly as I can, in order that it may be arranged at once." "Great heavens!" I exclaimed, but again he motioned to me to be silent, and went on. "Lord, although she is not of your race, Sabila is very beautiful, very wise also, and with you for her husband, she may be able once more to build up the Walloos into a great people, as tradition says they were in the old days before there fell upon them the curse of Heu-Heu, which is now broken. For you, too, are wise and bold, and know many things which we do not know, and the people will serve you as a god, and perhaps come to worship you in place of Heu-Heu, so that you found a mighty dynasty. At first this thought may seem strange to you, but soon you will come to see that it is great and good. Moreover, even if you were unwilling, things must come about as I have said." "Why?" I asked, unable to contain myself any longer. "Because, Lord, here in this land you must spend the rest of your life, for in it now you are a prisoner, nor with all your courage can you escape, since none will row you down the river, nor can you force a way, for it will be watched. Moreover, when you return to the house of the Walloo, you will find that your cartridges have been taken, so that except for a few that you have about you, you are weaponless. Therefore, as here you must live, it is better that you should do so with Sabila rather than with any other woman, since she is the fairest and the cleverest of them all. Also, by right of blood, she is the ruler, and through her you will become Walloo, as I should have done according to our custom." At this point he closed his eyes and for a while appeared to become senseless. Presently he opened them again, and staring at me, lifted his feeble hands and cried, "Greeting to the Walloo! Long life and glory to the Walloo!" Nor was this all, for to my horror, from the other side of the partition that divided the house, I heard the women whom I have mentioned echo the salutation, "Greeting to the Walloo! Long life and glory to the Walloo!" Then again Issachar became senseless. At least, nothing I said seemed to reach his understanding. So after waiting for a time, Hans and I went away, thinking that all was over. This, however, was not so, since he lived till nightfall and, I was told, recovered his senses for some hours before the end, during which time Sabila visited him, accompanied by certain of the notables or elders. It was then, as I suppose, that this ill-fated but most unselfish Issachar, the handsomest man whom ever I beheld, to his own satisfaction, if not to mine, settled everything for what he conceived to be the welfare of his country and his lady-love. "Well, Bas," said Hans when we were outside the house, "I suppose we had better go home. It is your home now, isn't it, Bas?" "No, Bas, it is no use looking at that river, for you see these Walloos are so kind that they have already provided you with a chief's escort." I looked. It was true enough. In place of the one man who had guided us to the house, there were now 20 great fellows armed with spears, who saluted me in a most reverential manner and insisted upon sticking close to my heels, I presume in case I should try to take to them. So back we went, the guard of 20 marching in a soldier-like fashion immediately behind, while Hans declaimed at me. It is just what I expected, Bas. For of course, if a man is very fond of women, in his inside, Bas, they know it, and like him, no need to tell them in so many words, Bas, and being kind-hearted, are quite ready to be fond of him. That is what has happened here, Bas. From the moment that the Lady Sabila saw you, she didn't care a pinch of snuff for Issachar, although he was so good-looking and had walked such a long way to help her. No, Bas, she perceived something in you which she couldn't find in 2 yards, and a bit of Issachar, who after all was an empty kind of a drum, Bas, and only made a noise when you hit him, a little noise for a small tap, Bas, and a big noise for a bang. Moreover, whatever he was, he's done for now, so it is no use wasting time talking about him. Well, this won't be such a bad country to live in, now that the most of those Heu-Heu are dead. Look, there are some of their bodies lying on the shore, and no doubt the beer can be brewed stronger, and there is tobacco. So it will be all right till we get tired of it, Bas, after which, perhaps, we shall be able to run away. Still, I am glad none of them wish to marry me, Bas. and make me work like a whole team of oxen to drag them out of their mud-holes. Thus he went on pouring out his bosh by the yard, and literally I was so crushed that I couldn't find a word in answer. Truly, it is the unexpected that always happens. During the last few days I had foreseen many dangers and dealt with some, but this was one of which I had never dreamed. What a fate! To be kept a prisoner in a kind of gilded cage, and made to labour for my living too, like a performing monkey. Well, I would find a way between the bars, or my name wasn't Allan Quatermain. Only what way? At the time I could see none, for those bars seemed to be thick and strong. Moreover, there were those gentlemen with the spears behind. In due course we arrived at the Walloo's house without incident, and went straight to our room, where, after investigation in a corner, Hans called out, "Issachar was quite right, Baas. All the cartridges have gone, and the rifles also. Now we have only got our pistols and 24 rounds of ammunition between us." I looked. It was so. Then I stared out of the window place, and behold, there in the garden were the 20 men already engaged in marking out ground for the erection of a guard hut. They mean to settle there, so as to be nice and handy in case the Baas wants them, or they want the Baas, said Hans significantly, adding, "I believe that wherever he goes, the Walloo always has an escort of 20 men." Now for the next few days I saw nothing of Sabila, or of Dramana either, since they were engaged in the ceremonious obsequies, first of the Walloo and next of the unlucky Issachar, to which, for some religious reason or other, I was not invited. Certain headmen or indunas, however, were always waiting to pounce on me. Whenever I put my nose out of doors, they appeared, bowing humbly, and proceeded to take the occasion to instruct me in the history and customs of the Walloo people, till I thought that my boyhood had returned, and I was once more reading Sandford and Merton, and acquiring knowledge through the art of conversation. Those old gentlemen bored me stiff. I tried to get rid of them by taking long walks at a great pace, but they responded nobly, being ready to trot by my side till they dropped, talking, talking, talking. Moreover, if I could outwalk those ancient counsellors, the guard of 20 who formed a kind of chorus on these expeditions, were excellent hands with their legs, as an Irishman might say, and never turned a hair. Sometimes they turned me, however, if they thought I was going where I should not, since then half of them would dart ahead and politely bar the way. At length, on the 3rd or 4th day, all the ceremonies were finished, and I was summoned into Sabila's presence. As Hans said afterwards, it was all very fine. Indeed, I thought it pathetic with its somewhat tawdry conditions of ancient, almost forgotten ceremonial inherited from a highly civilized race that was now sinking into barbarism. There was the Lady Sabila, very beautiful to see, for she was a lovely woman and grandly dressed in a half-wild fashion, who played the part of a queen, and not without dignity, as perhaps her ancestresses had done thousands of years before on some greater stage. Here, too, were her white-haired attendants, or indunas, the same who bored me out walking, representing the councillors and high officials of forgotten ages. Yet the queen was no longer a queen. She was merging into the savage chieftainess, as the councillors were into the chattering mob that surrounds such a person in 1,000 kraals or towns of Africa. The proceedings, too, were very long, for each of these councillors or elders made a speech in which he repeated all that the others had said before, narrating with variations everything that happened in the land since I had set foot within it, together with fancy accounts of what Hans and I had done upon the island. From these speeches, however, I learned one thing, namely, that most of the wild hairy folk, who were named Heu-Heu, had perished in the great catastrophe of the blowing up of the mountain, only a few, together with the old men, the children, and the females, being left to carry on the race. Therefore, they said, the Walloos were safe from attack, at any rate, for a couple of generations to come, as might be learned from the wailings which arose in the forest at night, that, as a matter of fact, I had heard myself, pathetic and horrible sounds of almost animal grief. This, said these merciless sages, gave the Walloos a great opportunity, for now was the time to hunt down and kill the woodfolk to the last woman and child. a task which they considered I was eminently fitted to carry out. When they had all spoken, Sabila's turn came. She rose from her throne-like chair and addressed us with real eloquence. First of all, she pointed out that she was a woman suffering from a double grief: the death of her father and that of the man to whom she had been affianced, losses that made her heart heavy. Then, very touchingly, she thanked Hans and myself for all we had done to save her. But for us, she said, either she would now have been dead, or nothing but a degraded slave in the house of Heu-Heu, which we had destroyed together with Heu-Heu himself, with the result that she and the land were free once more. Next, she announced in words which evidently had been prepared that this was no time for her to think of past sorrows or love, who now must look to the future. For a man like myself there was but one fitting reward, and that was the rule over the Wallu people, and with it the gift of her own person. Therefore, by the wish of her counsellors, she had decreed that we were to be wed on the 4th morning from that of the present day, after which, by right of marriage, I was publicly to be declared the Wallu. Meanwhile, she summoned me to her side, where an empty chair had been set in preparation for this event, that we might exchange the kiss of betrothal. Now, as may be imagined, I hung back. Indeed, never have I felt more firmly fixed to a seat than at that fearsome moment. I did not know what to say, and my tongue seemed glued to the roof of my mouth. So I just sat still with all those old donkeys staring at me, Sabila watching me out of the corners of her eyes, and waiting. The silence grew painful, and in its midst Hans coughed in his husky fashion, then delivered himself thus. "Get up, Bas," he whispered, "and go through with it. It isn't half as bad as it looks, and indeed some people would like it very much. It is better to kiss a pretty lady than have your throat cut, Bas, for that is what I think will happen if you don't, because a woman whom you won't kiss, after she has asked you in public, always turns nasty, Bas." I felt that there was force in this argument, and, to cut a long story short, I went up into that chair and did, well, all that was required. Lord, what a fool I felt, while those idiots cheered and Hans below grinned at me like a whole cageful of baboons. However, it was but ceremonial, a mere formality, just touching the brow of the fair Sabila with my lips and receiving an acknowledgment in kind. After this we sat a while side by side, listening to those old Wallu counsellors chanting a ridiculous song, something about the marriage of a hero to a goddess, which I presume they must have composed for the occasion. Under cover of the noise, which was great, for they had excellent lungs, Sabila spoke to me in a low voice, and without turning her face or looking at me. "Lord," she said, "try to look less unhappy, lest these people should suspect something and listen to what we are saying. The law is that we should meet no more till the marriage day, but I must see you alone tonight. Have no fear," she added, with a rather sarcastic smile, "for, although I must be alone, you can bring your companion with you, since what I have to say concerns you both. Meet me in the passage that runs from this chamber to your own, at midnight when all sleep. It has no window places, and its walls are thick, so that there we can be neither seen nor heard. Be careful to bolt the door behind you, as I will that of this chamber. Do you understand?" Clapping my hands hilariously to show my delight in the musical performance, I whispered back that I did. "Good. When the singing comes to an end, announce that you have a request to make of me. Ask that tomorrow you may be given a canoe and paddlers to row you to the island, to learn what has happened there, and to discover whether any of the woodfolk are still alive upon its shores. Say that if so measures must be taken to make an end of them, lest they should escape. Now, speak no more." At length the song was finished, and with it the ceremony. To show that this was over, Sabila rose from her chair and curtsied to me, whereon I also rose and returned the compliment with my best bow. Thus, then, we bade a public farewell of each other until the happy marriage morn. Before we parted, however, I asked as a favour in a loud voice that I might be permitted to visit the island, or, at any rate, to row round it, giving the reasons she had suggested. To this she answered, "Let it be as my lord wishes. and before anyone could raise objections, withdrew herself, followed by some serving women and by Dramana, who I thought did not seem too pleased at the turn events had taken. I pass on to that midnight interview. At the appointed time, or rather a little before it, I went into the passage accompanied by Hans, who was most unwilling to come for reasons which he gave in a Dutch proverb to the effect of our own, that two's company and three's none. Here we stood in the dark and waited. A few minutes later the door at the far end of it opened. It was a very long passage, and walking down it appeared Sibylla, clad in white and bearing in her hand a naked lamp. Somehow, in this garb and these surroundings, thus illumined, she looked more beautiful than I had ever seen her, almost spirit-like indeed. We met, and without any greeting she said to me, "Lord Watcher by night, I find you watching by night according to my prayer. It may have seemed a strange prayer to you, but hearken to its reason. I cannot think that you believe me to desire this marriage, which I know to be hateful to you, seeing that I am of another race to yourself, and that you only look upon me as a half-savage woman whom it has been your fortune to save from shame or death. Nay, contradict me not, I beseech you, since at times the truth is good. Because it is so good I will add to it, telling you the reason why I also do not desire this marriage, or rather the greatest reason. Namely, that I loved Issachar, who from childhood had been my playmate until he became more than playmate." "Yes," I interrupted, "and I know that he loved you. Only then, why was it that on his deathbed he himself urged on this matter?" "Because, Lord, Issachar had a noble heart. He thought you the greatest man whom he had ever known, half a god indeed, for he told me so. He held also that you would make me happy and rule this country well, lifting it up again out of its long sleep. Lastly, he knew that if you did not marry me, you and your companion would be murdered. If he judged wrongly in these matters, it must be remembered, moreover, that his mind was blotted with the poison that had been given to him. For myself, I am sure that he did not die of fear alone." "I understand. All honor be to him," I said. "I thank you. Now, Lord, know that, although I am ignorant, I believe that we live again beyond the gate of death. Perhaps that faith has come down to me from my forefathers when they worshipped other gods besides the devil. Heu-Heu. At least, it is mine. My hope is, therefore, that when I have passed that gate, which perhaps will be before so very long, on its farther side I shall once more find Issachar as he was before the curse of Heu-Heu fell upon him, and he drank the poison of the priests, and for this reason I desire to wed no other man." "All honor be to you also," I murmured. "Again, I thank you, Lord. Now let us turn to other matters. Tomorrow after midday a canoe will be ready, and in it you will find your weapons that have been stolen and all that is yours. It will be manned by 4 rowers, men known to be spies of the priests of Heu-Heu, stationed here upon the mainland to watch the Walloos, who in time would themselves have become priests. Therefore, now that Heu-Heu has fallen, they are doomed to die, not at once, but after a while, perhaps, as it will seem, by sickness or accident, because if they live, the Walloo councillors fear lest they should re-establish the rule of Heu-Heu. They know this well, and therefore they desire above all things to escape the land while their life is yet in them. Have you seen these men, Sibylla? Nay, but Dramana has seen them. Now, Lord, I will tell you something, if you have not guessed it for yourself, though I do this not without shame. Dramana does not desire our marriage, Lord. You saved Dramana as well as myself, and Dramana, like Issachar, has come to look on you as half a god. Need I say more? Save that, of course. For this reason she does desire your escape, since she would rather that you went free and were lost to both of us than that you should bide here and marry me. Have I said enough? Plenty, I answered, knowing that she spoke truth. Then what is there to add, save that I trust all will go well, and that by the dawn of the day that follows this, you and the yellow man, your servant, will be safely out of this accursed land. If that comes about, as I believe it will, for after the dusk has fallen and before the moon rises, those who guide the canoe will bring it, not to the quay, but into the mouth of the river down which you must paddle by the moonlight. Then I pray of you at times in your own country to think of Sabila, the broken-hearted chieftainess of a doomed people, as day by day, when she rises and lays herself down to sleep, she will think of you who saved her and all of us from ruin. My lord, farewell, and to you, light in darkness, also farewell." Then she took my hand, kissed it, and without another word, glided away as she had come. This was the last that ever I saw or heard of Sabila the Beautiful. I wonder whether she lived long. Somehow I do not think so. That night I seemed to see death in her eyes. Chapter 16. Race for Life. Now, like a Scotch parson, I have come to lastly, that inspiring word at which the sleepiest congregation awakes. The morning following this strange midnight meeting, Hans and I spent in our room, for it appeared to be the ancient Wallu etiquette that, save by special permission, the prospective bridegroom should not go out for several days before the marriage, I suppose because of some primitive idea that his affections might be diverted by the sight of alien beauty. At midday we ate, or, so far as I was concerned, pretended to eat, for anxiety took away my appetite. A little while afterwards, to my intense relief, the captain of our prison warders, for that is what they were, appeared and said that he was commanded to conduct us to the canoe, which was to paddle us to inspect what remained of the island. I replied that we would graciously consent to go. So taking all our small possessions with us, including a bundle containing our spare clothes and the twigs from the Tree of Illusions, we departed and were escorted to the quay by our guards, of whose faces I was heartily tired. Here we found a small canoe awaiting us, manned by 4 secret-faced men, strong fellows all of them, who raised their paddles in salute. Apparently, the place had been cleared of loiterers, since there was only one other person present, a woman wrapped in a long cloak that hid her face. As we were about to enter the canoe, this woman approached us and lifted her hood. She was Dramana. "Lord," she said, "I have been sent by my sister, the new Wallu, to tell you that you will find the iron tubes which spit out fire and all that belongs to them under a mat in the prow of the canoe. Also, she bids me wish you a prosperous journey to the island that aforetime was named Holy, which island she wishes never to see again." I thanked her and bade her convey my greeting to the Wallu, my bride-to-be, adding in a loud voice that I hoped ere long to be able to do this in person when her veil fell down. Then I turned to enter the canoe. "Lord," said Dramana with a convulsive movement of her hands, "I make a prayer to you. It is that you will take me with you to look my last upon that isle where I dwelt so long a slave, which I desire to see once more, now that I am free." Instinctively, I felt that a crisis had arisen which demanded firm and even brutal treatment. "Nay, Dramana," I answered, "it is always unlucky for an escaped slave to revisit his prison, lest once more its bars should close about that slave." "Lord," she said, "the loosed prisoner is sometimes dazed by freedom, so that the heart cries again for its captivity. Lord, I am a good slave and a loving. Will you not take me with you?" "Nay, Dramana," I answered, as I sprang into the canoe. "This boat is fully loaded. It would not be for your welfare or for mine. Farewell." She gazed at me earnestly with a pitiful countenance that grew wrathful by degrees, as might well happen in the case of a woman scorned, then, muttering something about being cast off, burst into angry tears and turned away. For my part, I motioned to the oarsman to loose the craft and departed, feeling like a thief and a traitor. Yet I was not to blame, for what else could I do? Dramana, it is true, had been a good friend to us, and I liked her. But we had repaid her help by saving her from Heu-Heu, and for the rest, one must draw the line somewhere. If once she had entered that canoe, metaphorically speaking, she would never have got out of it again. Presently we were out on the open lake, where the wavelets danced and the sun shone brightly, and glad I was to be clear of all those painful complications and once more in the company of pure and natural things. We paddled away to the island and made the land, or rather drew near to it, at the spot where the ancient city had stood in which we had found the petrified men and animals. But we did not set foot on it. for everywhere little streams of glowing lava trickled down into the lake, and the ruins had vanished beneath a sea of ashes. I do not think that anyone will ever again behold those strange relics of a past I know not how remote. Turning, we paddled on slowly round the island till we came to the place where the Rock of Offering had been, upon which I had experienced so terrible an adventure. It had vanished, and with it the cave mouth, the garden of Heu-Heu, its tree of illusions, and all the rich cultivated land. The waters of the lake, turbid and steaming, now beat against the face of a stony hillock, which was all that remained of the Holy Isle. The catastrophe was complete. The volcano was but a lump of lava from the dying heart, of which its lifeblood of flame still palpitated in red and ebbing streams. I wonder whether its smothered fires will ever break out again elsewhere. For aught I know, they may have done so already, somewhere on the mainland. By the time that we had completed our journey round the place, on which no living creature now was left, though once or twice we saw the bloated body of a Heu-Heu savage bobbing about in the water, the sun was setting, and it was dark before we were again off the town of the Walloos. While any light remained by which we could be seen, we headed straight for the landing place, that which we had left when we started for the island. The moment that its last rays faded, however, there was a whispered conference between our four paddlemen, the ex-neophytes of Heu-Heu. Then the direction of the canoe was altered, and instead of making for the mainland, we rowed on parallel with it till we came to the mouth of the Black River. It was so dark that I could not discern the exact time at which we left the lake and entered the stream. Indeed, I did not know that we were in it until the increased current told me so. This current was now running very strongly after the great flood and bore us along at a good pace. My fear was lest in the gloom we should be dashed against rocks on the banks, or caught by the overhanging branches of trees, or strike a snag. But those four men seemed to know every yard of the river and managed to keep us in its centre, probably by following the current where it ran most swiftly. So we went on, not paddling very fast for fear of accidents, until the moon rose, which, as she was only a few days past her full, gave us considerable light even in that dark place. So soon as her rays reached us, our paddlers gave way with a will, and we shot down the flooded stream at a great speed. "I think we are all right now, Baas," said Hans, "for with so good a start, those Walloos could scarcely catch us, even if they try. We are lucky, too, for you have left behind you two ladies who between them would have torn you into pieces, and I have left a place where the fools who live in it wearied me so much that I should soon have died." He paused for a moment, then added in a horrified voice, "Alamakta, we are not so lucky after all. We have forgotten something." "What?" I asked anxiously. "Why, Baas, those red and white stones we came to fetch, of which, before Heu-Heu dropped a red-hot rock upon his head, that old Kranzik, that is, mad, Walloo, promised us as many as we wished. Sabila would have filled the boat with them if we had only asked her, and we should never have had to work any more, but could have sat in fine houses and drunk the best gin from morning to night." At these words I felt positively sick. It was too true. Amongst other pressing matters, concerning life, death, marriage, and liberty, I had forgotten utterly all about the diamonds and gold. Still, when I came to think of it, although perhaps Hans might have done so, in view of the manner of our parting, I did not quite see how I could have asked Sabila for them. It would have been an anticlimax, and might have left a nasty taste in her mouth. How could she continue to look upon a man as, well, something quite out of the ordinary, who called her back to remind her that there was a little pecuniary matter to be settled and a fee to be paid for services rendered? Further, the sight of us bearing sacks of treasure might have excited suspicion, unless, indeed, Sabila had caused them to be placed in the boat, as she did in the case of the guns. Also, they would have been heavy and inconvenient to carry, as I explained to Hans. Yet I did feel sick, for once more my hopes of wealth, or, at any rate, of a solid competence for the rest of my days, had vanished into thin air. "Life is more than gold," I said sententiously to Hans, "and great honor is better than both." It sounded like something out of the book of Proverbs, but somehow I had not got it quite right, though I reflected that fortunately Hans would not know the difference, However, he knew more than I thought, for he answered, "Yes, Baas, your reverend father used to talk like that." Also, he said that it was better to live on watercresses with an easy mind, however angry they might make your stomach, than to dwell in a big hut with a couple of cross women, which is what would have happened to you, Baas, if you had stopped at Wallu. Besides, we are quite safe now, even if we haven't got the gold and diamonds, which, as you say, are heavy things. So safe that I think I shall go to sleep, Baas. Alamakta. Baas, what's that? Only those poor hairy women howling over their dead in the forest, I answered rather carelessly, for their cries, which were very distressing in the silence of the river, still echoed in my ears. Also, I was still thinking of the lost diamonds. I wish it were, Baas. They might howl till their heads fell off for all I care. But it isn't. It's paddles. The Walloos are hunting us, Baas. Listen. I did listen, and to my horror heard the regular stroke of paddles striking the water at a distance behind us, a great number of them, 50, I should say. One of the big canoes must be on our track. "Oh, Baas," said Hans, "it is your fault again. Without doubt that Lady Dramana loves you so much that she can't make up her mind to part with you and has ordered out a big canoe to fetch you back. Unless, indeed," he added with an access of hopefulness, "it is the Lady Sabila sending a farewell gift of jewels after us, having remembered that we should like some to make us think of her afterwards." "It is those confounded Walloos sending a gift of spears," I answered gloomily, adding, "Get the rifles ready, Hans, for I'm not going to be taken alive." Whatever the cause, it was clear that we were being pursued, and in my heart I did wonder whether Dramana had anything to do with it. No doubt I had treated her rudely because I could not help it, and savage women are sometimes very revengeful. Also, Dramana had been badly trained among those rascally priests. But I hoped, and still hope, that she was innocent of this treachery. The truth of the matter, I never learned. Our crew of escaping priestly spies had also heard the paddles, for I saw the frightened look they gave to each other and the fierce energy with which they bent themselves to their work. Good heavens! How they paddled! Who knew that their lives hung upon the issue? For hour after hour away, we flew down that flooded, rushing river, while behind us, drawing nearer minute by minute, sounded the beat of those insistent paddles. Our canoe was swift, but how could we hope to escape from one driven by 50 men when we had but 4? It was just as we passed the place where we had slept on our inward journey, for now we had left the forest behind and were between the cliffs, travelling quite twice as fast as we had done upstream, that I caught sight of the pursuing boat, perhaps half a mile behind us, and saw that it was one of the largest of the Wallu fleet. After this, owing to the position of the moon, that in this narrow place left the surface of the water quite dark, I saw it no more for several hours. But I heard it drawing nearer, ever nearer, like some sure and deadly bloodhound following on the spoor of a fleeing slave. Our men began to tire. Hans and I took the paddles of 2 of them to give the pair a rest and time to eat, then for a spell the paddles of the other 2 while they did likewise. This, however, caused us to lose way, since we were not experts at the game, though here, after the flood, the river rushed so fast that our lack of skill made little difference. At length the daylight came and gathered, till at last the glimmer of it reached us in our cleft, and by that faint, uncertain light I saw the pursuing canoe not 100 yards behind. In its way it was a very weird and impressive spectacle. There were the precipitous, towering cliffs, between or rather above which appeared a line of blue sky. There was the darksome, flood-filled, foaming river, and there on its surface was our tiny boat propelled by 4 weary and perspiring men, while behind came the great war canoe, whose presence could just be detected in a dim outline and by the white of the water where its oarsmen smote it into froth. "They are coming up fast, Baas, and we still have a long way to go. Soon they will catch us, Baas," said Hans. "Then we must try to stop them for a while," I answered grimly. "Give me the express rifle, Hans, and do you take the Winchester." Then, lying down in the canoe and resting the rifles on its stern, we waited our opportunity. Presently we came to a place where at some time there had been a cliff slide, for here the debris of it narrowed the river turning it, now that it was so full, into something like a torrent. At this spot, also, because of the enlargement of the cleft, more light reached us, so that we could see our pursuers, who were about 50 yards away, not clearly indeed, but well enough for our purpose. "Aim low and pump it into them, Hans," I said, and next instant discharged both barrels of the express at the foremost rowers. Hans followed suit, but, as the Winchester held 5 cartridges, went on firing after I had ceased. The result was instantaneous. Some men sank down, some paddles fell into the water, I could not tell how many, and a great cry arose from the smitten or their companions. He who steered or captained the canoe from the prow apparently was among the hit. She veered round and for a while was broadside onto the current, exposing her bottom and threatening to turn over. Into this, having loaded, I sent 2 expanding bullets, hoping to spring a leak in her, though I was not certain if I should succeed, as the wood of these canoes is thick. I think I did, however, since even when she had got on her course again, she came more slowly, and I thought that once I saw a man bailing. On we went, making the most of the advantage that this check gave to us. But by now our men were very tired, and their hands were raw from blisters, so that only the terror of death forced them to continue paddling. Indeed, at the last our progress grew very slow, and in fact was due more to the current than to our own efforts. Therefore the following canoe, which, as was customary in Walloon boats of that size, probably carried spare paddlemen, once more gained upon us. Hereabouts the river wound between its cliffs, so that we only got sight of it from time to time. Whenever we did so, I took the Winchester and fired, no doubt inflicting some damage and checking its advance. At length the winding ceased, and we reached the last stretch, a clear run of a mile or so before the river ended in the swamp that I have described. By this time pursuers and pursued, both of us, were going but slowly, drifting rather than paddling, since all were exhausted. Whenever I could get a sight, I fired away, but still with a sullen determination, and in utter silence our assailants came up, till now they were scarcely 20 paces from us, and some of them threw spears, one of which stuck in the bottom of our canoe, just missing my foot. At this spot the cliffs drew so near together at the top that I ceased shooting, as I could not see to aim, and having no cartridges to waste, decided to keep those that remained for the emergency of the last attack. Now we were in the ultimate reach of the river, and now at last we grounded upon the first mudbank of the swamp. Those who remained unhurt of the following wallows made a final effort to overtake us. By the strong light that flowed from the open land beyond us, I could see their glaring eyeballs and their tongues hanging from their jaws with exhaustion. I yelled an order. "Seize everything we have and run for it," I cried, grabbing at my rifle and such other articles as were within reach, including the remaining cartridges. The others did likewise. I do not think that anything was left in that canoe except the paddles. Then I leapt onto the shore and ran to the right, following the edge of the swamp, the rest coming after me. 50 yards or more away, I sank down upon a little ridge from sheer exhaustion, and because my cramped legs would no longer carry me, and watched to see what would happen. Indeed, I was so worn out that I felt I would rather die where I was than try to flee farther. We grouped ourselves together, awaiting the crisis, for I thought that surely we should be attacked. But we were not. At the mudbank, the pursuing Walloos ceased from their efforts. For a little while they sat dejectedly in their craft till they had recovered breath. Then for the first time those mute hunting hounds gave tongue, for they shouted maledictions on us, and especially on our 4 paddlers, the neophytes of Heu-Heu, telling these that although to follow them farther was not lawful, they would die as Issachar died who left the land. One of our men, stung into repartee, retaliated in words to the effect that some of them had died in attempting to keep us in the land, as they would find if they counted their oarsmen. To this obvious truth the pursuers made no answer, nor did they inform us who sent them on the chase. Securing our small canoe, they laid in it certain dead men who had fallen beneath the bullets of Hans and myself, and departed slowly upstream, towing it after them. This was the last that I saw of their handsome, fanatical faces, and of their confounded country in which I went so near to death, or to becoming a prisoner for life. That might have been worse. Baas, said Hans, lighting his pipe. That was a great journey, and one which it will be nice to think about, now that it is over, though I wish that we had killed more of those wallow men-stealers. I don't, Hans. I hated being obliged to shoot them, I answered. Nor do I wish to think any more of that race for our lives, unless it comes back in a nightmare when I can't help doing so. Don't you, Baas? I find such thoughts pleasant when the danger is past, and we who might have been dead are alive, and the others who are alive are dead, and telling the tale to Heu-Heu. Each to his taste. Yours isn't mine, I muttered. Hans puffed at his pipe for a while and went on. It's funny, Baas, that those carles did not get out of their canoe and come to kill us with their spears. I suppose they were afraid of the rifles. No, Hans, I answered. They are brave men who would not have stopped because of the bullets. They were afraid of more than these. They feared the curse which says that those who leave their land will die and go to hell. Heu-Heu has done us a good turn there, Hans. Yes, Baas. No doubt he has become Christian in the place of fires, and is repaying good for evil, turning the other cheek, Baas. Bad people often grow holy when they are dying, Baas. I felt like that myself when I thought those Walloos were going to catch us, but now I feel quite different. Baas, you remember how your reverend father used to say that if you love heaven, heaven looks after you and pulls you out of every kind of mudhole. That's why I'm sitting here smoking, Baas, instead of making meat for crocodiles. If it wasn't for our forgetting about those jewels, it has looked after us very well, but there are so many up there that perhaps heaven forgot them also. No, Hans, I said. Heaven remembered that if we had tried to carry bags of stones out of that boat, as well as Zicali's medicine and the rest, the Walloos would have caught us before we got away. They were quite close, Hans. Yes, Baas, I see. And that was very nice of heaven. And now, Baas, I think we had better be moving. Those Walloos might forget about the curse for a little while and come back to look for us. Heaven is a queer thing, Baas. Sometimes it changes its face all of a sudden and grows angry, just like the Lady Dramana did when you said that you wouldn't take her with you in the canoe yesterday. Allan paused to help himself to a little weak whiskey and water, then said in his jerky fashion, Well, that's the end of the story, of which I am glad, whatever you may be, for my throat is dry with talking. We got back to the wagon all right after sundry difficulties and a tiring march across the desert, and it was time we did so, for when we arrived we had only 3 rifle cartridges left between us. You see, we were obliged to fire such a lot at the Heu-Heu when they attacked us on the lake, and afterwards at those Walloos to prevent them from catching us that night. However, there were more in the wagon, and I shot 4 elephants with them going home. They had very large tusks, which afterwards I sold for about enough to cover the expenses of the journey. Did old Zicali make you pay for those oxen? I asked. No, he did not, because I told him that if he tried it on, I would not give him his bundle of muti that we cut from the Tree of Illusions and carried safely all that way. So as he was very keen on the medicine, he made me a present of the oxen. Also, I found my own there grown fat and strong again. It was a curious thing, but the old scoundrel seemed to know most of what had happened to us before ever I told him a word. Perhaps he learned it all from one of those acolytes of Heu-Heu who fled with us because they feared that they would be murdered if they stayed in their own land. I forgot to tell you that these men, most uncommunicative persons, melted away upon our homeward journey. Suddenly they were missing. I presume that they departed to set up as witch doctors on their own account. If so, very possibly, one or more of them may have come into touch with Zicali, the head of the craft in that part of Africa, and before I reached the Black Kloof. The first thing he asked me was, Why did you not bring any gold and diamonds away with you? Had you done so, you might have become rich, who now remain poor, Macumazahn. Because I forgot to ask for them, I said. Yes, I know you forgot to ask for them. You were thinking so much of the pain of saying goodbye to that beautiful lady, whose name I have not learned, that you forgot to ask for them. It is just like you, Macumazahn. Oh ho, oh ho. It is just like you." Then he stared at his fire for a while, in front of which, as usual, he was sitting, and added, "Yet somehow I think that diamonds will make you rich one day, when there is no woman left to say goodbye to, Macumazahn." It was a good shot of his, for as you fellows know, that came about at King Solomon's mines, didn't it? When there was no woman left to say goodbye to. Here Good turned his head away, and Allan went on hurriedly, I think because he remembered Foulata and saw that his thoughtless remark had given pain. Zicali was very interested in all our story and made me stop at the Black Kloof for some days to tell him every detail. "I knew that Heu-Heu was an idol," he said, "though I wanted you to find it out for yourself, and therefore told you nothing about it, just as I knew that handsome man Issachar would die. But I didn't tell him anything about that either, because if I had, you see he might have died before he had shown you the way to his country, and then I shouldn't have got my muti, which is necessary to me, for without it, how should I paint more pictures on my fire? Well, you brought me a good bundle of leaves, which will last my time, and as the tree of illusions is burned, and there is no other left in the world, there will be no more of it. I am glad that it is burned, for I do not wish that any wizard should arise in the land who will be as great as was Zicali, opener of roads. While that tree grew, the high priest of Heu-Heu was almost as great. But now he is dead, and his tree is burned, and I, Zicali, reign alone. That is what I desired, Macumazahn, and that is why I sent you to Heu-Heu land." "You cunning old villain!" I exclaimed. "Yes, Macumazahn, I am cunning just as you are simple, and my heart is black like my skin, just as yours is white like your skin. That is why I am great, Macumazahn, and wield power over thousands and accomplish my desires, whereas you are small and have no power and will die with all your desires unaccomplished. Yet, in the end, who knows? Who knows? Perhaps in the land beyond it may be otherwise. Heu-Heu was great also, and where is Heu-Heu today?" "There never was a Heu-Heu," I said. "No, Macumazahn, there never was a Heu-Heu, but there were priests of Heu-Heu. Is it not so with many of the gods men set up? They are not, and never were, but their priests are, and shake the spear of power, and pierce the hearts of men with terrors. What then does it matter about the gods whom no man sees, when the priest is there shaking the spear of power and piercing the hearts of their worshippers? The god is the priest, or the priest is the god. Have it which way you like, Macumazahn." "Not always, Zicali." Then, as I did not wish to enter into argument with him on such a subject, I asked, "Who carved the statue of Heu-Heu in the Cave of Illusions?" The Walloos did not know. "Nor do I, Macumazahn," he answered. "The world is very old, and there have been peoples in it of whom we have heard nothing, or so my spirit tells me. Without doubt, one of those peoples carved it thousands of years ago, an invading people, the last of their race, who had been driven out elsewhere and coming south. Those who were left of them hid themselves away from their enemies in this secret place, amid a horde of savages so hideous that it was reported to be haunted by demons. There, in a cave in the midst of a lake where they could not be come at, they carved an image of their god, or perhaps of the god of the savages, whom it seems that it resembled. Mayhap the savages took their name from Heu-Heu, or mayhap Heu-Heu took his name from them. Who can tell? At any rate, when men seek a god, Macumazahn, they make one like themselves, only larger, uglier, and more evil, at least in this land. For what they do elsewhere I know not. Also, often they say that this god was once their king, since at the bottom all worship their ancestors who gave them life, if they worship anything at all, and often too, because they gave them life, they think that they must have been devils. Great ancestors were the first gods, Macumazahn, and if they had not been evil, they would never have been great. Look at Chaka, the lion of the Zulus. He is called great because he was so wicked and cruel, and so it was and is with others if they succeed, though, if they fail, men speak otherwise of them. "That is not a pretty faith, Zicali," I said. "No, Macumazahn, But then little in the world is pretty, except the world itself. The Heu-Heu are not pretty, or rather were not, for I think that you killed most of them when you blew up the mountain, which is a good thing. Heu-Heu was not pretty, nor were his priests. Only the Walloos, and especially their women, remain pretty because of the old blood that runs in them, the high old blood that Heu-Heu sucked from their veins. Well, Heu-Heu has gone, Zikali, and now what will become of the Walloos? I cannot say, Macumazahn, but I expect they will follow Heu-Heu, who has taken hold of their souls and will drag them after him. If so, it does not matter, since they are but the rotting stump of a tree that once was tall and fair. The dust of time hides many such stumps, Macumazahn. But what of that? Other fine trees are growing, which also will become stumps in their season, and so on forever. Thus Zikali held forth, though of what he said I forget much. I dare say that he spoke truth, but I remember that his melancholy and pessimistic talk depressed me, and that I cut it as short as I could. Also, it did not really explain anything, since he could not tell me who the Walloos or the hairy folk were, or why they worshipped Heu-Heu, or what was their beginning, or what would be their end. All these things remained and remain lost in mystery, since I have never heard anything more of them, and if any subsequent travellers have visited the district where they live, which is not probable, they did not succeed in ascending the river, or if they did, they never descended it again. So if you want to know more of the story, you must go and find it out for yourselves. Only, as I think I said, I won't go with you. Well, said Captain Good, it is a wonderful yarn. Hang me if I could have told it better myself. No, good, answered Allan, as he lit a hand candle. I am quite sure that you could not, because you see, facts are one thing, and what you call yarns are another. Good night to you all, good night. Then he went off to bed. The end.